All right. Oh, should be live. Waiting for it to pop up on YouTube. Okay, good to go. All right, well, welcome back to another live stream here. We have what appears to be a tornado that is on the ground. Still technically radar indicated, but you can see pretty clearly that we do have a debris ball here near Weldon in Louisiana. This is going to be moving up to the north towards Hebron and Scottsville, and Junction City is going to be after that as well. So make sure you guys are going into your safe spots here, as we do have a debris ball ongoing with this storm that is pushing up to the north and west. Just went through Weldon. Scottsville is going to be next in line. You guys need to be in your safe spots, as this is most likely still on the ground at this point. Also, we have a couple other tornado warnings out there as well. We've got an area of circulation here and here. These ones are kind of on the weak side. This one has a little bit of a stronger couplet there south of Chaudrant. But so far, no debris ball on that, just still keeping an eye on it. Also, we have a tornado warning up here with this storm as well. Let me see how that has progressed. And that's kind of gone off to the north and east. Maybe a little bit of something here near Buckner, but that kind of seems like...
tornado warning has been upgraded.
Yeah, there it goes. It's now been confirmed. But yeah, it does seem like that might be a little bit of contamination, but we will certainly keep an eye on it. But yeah, this is now, I think, tropical depression Beryl. So this is now officially a tropical depression, and along it, while I've been sleeping, it appears that we have had a pretty decent tornado outbreak with potentially a couple of strong tornadoes. You can see we have reports of tornadoes all the way in like Jasper, a couple there, another one over north of Natchitoches, another one in Timpson, another one south and east of Shreveport, there near Elm Grove. Still baffles me that they have, on Radar Omega, they've pretty much taken off Shreveport and replaced it with Bossier City. Also, here north of Longview in Texas, we also have a tornado report there as well. But yeah, you can see pretty clearly here that it's been a pretty active day, and it's expected to continue for the next couple of hours into the late night here. So over here, and that's going to be pushing into mostly Arkansas here in a little bit, unless we continue to get some areas of rotation back here further down to the south near areas like Winfield, also near Alexandria as well. There's probably a camera near some of these, which I might try to look for. Let me at least bring up the website here on my back screen here. Hello, welcome. Beryl ended on a big tornado outbreak. Yeah, certainly did. And, this might not be the only tornado day. I feel like some other days could also have some tornado issues as well. Going into tomorrow and the next day. So we'll probably have to be live multiple days. I'm hoping this one doesn't go till like 7 a.m. so I can go to sleep a little bit earlier than yesterday and get my sleep schedule back on track to cover kind of the main portions of these severe weather threats. Also, just a quick little update here on the color palettes for my live streams. Tornado watches will now be indicated by this darker gray area, and severe thunderstorm warnings are still going to be light blue. So just keep that in mind. If you see yourself in one of these darker gray polygons, you are in a tornado watch. And we also switched the color palette again. Just trying to find a new color palette for the stream. I really do like this one, though. Hello. No more tornado outbreak? No, the tornado outbreak is probably not done, if I had to guess. We probably have a couple of more hours for sure. Unless these storms really stop to rotate here. Hopefully they do. But yeah, that confirmed tornado warning looks to... Yeah, there it is. Confirmed tornado warning over there near Junction City. Doesn't really appear to have a debris ball on it anymore. We're going to have to wait for the latest scan. Latest scan had a little bit of a lighter debris ball as it slowly moves up towards Junction City. If you guys live in Junction City, guys need to be in your safe spots. If you're in any of these tornado warnings here in northern Louisiana and southwestern Arkansas, You guys need to be in the lowest floor of your house. There's as many rooms and walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. If you live in an RV, mobile home, or trailer, you need to be evacuating immediately and seeking sturdier shelter. And yeah, that's kind of what we're dealing with right now. These areas of rotation. This I think this tornado warning is about to expire. This one up here, that rotation is now weakening pretty significantly. So this one was just a brief little spin up here near Weldon. And I am pretty doubtful that it's still on the ground. Let me check the latest CC. Yeah, it looks like this one has lifted over there south and west of Junction City. And then back over down here north of Chadrant, that rotation is pretty weak. And I think that was the one that was warned, and it's not nearly as strong as it was. So we might see a couple of these tornado warnings expire. But again, this threat's going to kind of what's it called? Kind of go up and down in intensity throughout the night. I'm also noticing an area of some stronger circulation here with this storm, and yeah, pretty strong. Are definitely a storm there that has a classic hook echo shape. Inflow is right here in this region. And those reds are kind of wrapping around on the backside there, and you can really see decent little couplet right in that hook there. So that could potentially be about to drop a tornado. I wouldn't be surprised if they issued a tornado warning on that shortly. Yeah, yesterday was crazy, that 14-hour stream. I got some pretty good sleep since then, so we should be good to go for a while for the rest of the day. The tornado threat continues, and it's going to continue for a while. I mean, it's not going to, the sheer environment and everything is going to be in place with this storm pretty much from now until the end of tomorrow. And then maybe, still could have a little bit of tornado threat after that. DMs. Let me check my DMs. Hurricane Beryl fatality total 19, 7 in the United States and Texas. 5 from fallen trees, 1 from drowning, and 1 from lightning. Oh man, that's terrible. Beryl is like May all over again with the coverage. Yeah, I mean this is definitely um apparently this is one of the busiest tornado days in July in a while. Seen some rumblings on that on Twitter. But yeah, let's go check in on the latest velocities again. Yeah, still not seeing a whole lot of dangerous rotation with these storms right now. Still pretty sure this one is lifted. I do want to check that correlation coefficient again. Yeah, still not seeing a new debris ball with this storm at the moment. Thank you, Saban. I appreciate that. How many tornadoes down right now? There was down just recently, probably about 3 or 4 minutes ago. But I think I'm almost 100% positive it's lifted at this point. But I mean, it could potentially still have like a weaker tornado, picking up and like touching down and then picking up, touching down, picking up. So we're still keeping an eye on it just in case something does end up, showing back up on that correlation coefficient scan. But at least looking at the velocities, it's kind of weak and still not really seeing a definite debris ball signature anymore. But we also have Storm Owner Media. They're out and about. They're out in front of one of these warnings here in Hope, Arkansas. Was like I don't know if they've gotten sleep or they just kept on driving. I don't know what the situation is with them. I'm surprised they went live for this. Hopefully they got a little bit of sleep. They're still going on over there in Hope, Arkansas. If that one tries to rotate a little bit more and potentially drop a tornado, we'll definitely go over to that view and check them out. You're in the Joplin, Missouri area, and today we've had over 2 inches of rain. Yeah, apparently I was looking on Twitter right before I went live. There was some pretty decent flooding in Joplin. And thank you, Wendy, for the 20. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. It's quite the milestone, for sure. Homer, Louisiana's had 3 warnings today. Wow, but we are all okay. Glad to hear that, Michael. Glad to hear that. Yeah, you have a couple of tornado reports nearby you. If you have any friends that live in like Shongaloo, north of Shongaloo, I would definitely be checking in on them as we did have a couple tornado reports over there. Risk for Southwest Missouri here in the east side is more likely for severe weather. I'm not sure if tomorrow, it's a pretty conditional day tomorrow, but there is certainly a tornado risk, and that's going to be there near Cape Girardeau and Sykeston, Union City, Madisonville, Evansville, Henderson, Louisville, Radcliffe, and Elizabethtown. So definitely want to be weather aware going into tomorrow. And then we have a 2% that extends all the way from parts of Arkansas, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky, and Tennessee as well that are also going to be have some potential there of dealing with some tornadoes. So I would certainly be weather aware as that threat develops. We will be live tomorrow. I think I'm going to limit my live stream to how late it goes tonight. I don't think we're going to do another all-nighter. And try to get up early enough tomorrow for that. That's kind of the plan. Do coverage to at max like 2 a.m. Uh-oh, my clock is screwed up again. Let me fix this. Screwed up by a couple of hours. Where exactly is the depression? So the center of pressure, at least according to the National Hurricane Center, is yeah, it's pretty much directly over Longview, right in this area. So still could see some winds of up to 35 mile per hour wind gusts potentially in along the Longview area. Um, some power outages could be possible, but in terms of anything that is overly concerning for tornadoes is pretty much done with for in that region. Do you want to check back in on this circulation here? I still have a decent area of some broader circulation existing with this storm north of Sparkman here in Arkansas, so still keeping a close eye on that. They did allow that tornado warning near Hope, Arkansas to expire, so hopefully that that portion of the line doesn't try to keep on rotating, but I'm still seeing some areas of rotation, at least according to some of these radars, kind of going into a radar hole here with these storms, but I do see a couple little areas here still of some rotation, so it wouldn't overly surprise me if we kept on getting some tornado warnings. Also a little area of circulation here kind of hidden by one of these radar glitches, so keeping an eye on that. See if this has been downgraded. Yeah, it's still observed here. Maybe a debris ball there south and west of Junction City. Yeah, but it looks like a clearing in the radar, so I don't think that is a tornado. But if you live in Junction City in Scotland here in Arkansas, you still need to be in your safe spots. Could check back down with this one. Yeah, it's like this area of circulation is still ongoing here west of Farmerville, but I am not seeing a debris ball currently on it. They might extend that warning if or they might put a warning back on this part of the cell if it does continue to look a little bit concerning. If that rotation tightens up just a little bit, it could. Analog clock, that would just confuse people, I think. The new clock isn't your favorite either. I don't like the clock. What's wrong with the clock? It's just a clock. Hello, young squad. Welcome. Bottom clock? I don't have a bottom clock. Capo? Where's Capo at? Is this? Oh, this one? Yeah, it is down. That's unfortunate. It would have been kind of helpful with these supercells nearby it for sure. Yeah, latest scans here on some of these rotations. Yeah, still not seeing anything overly concerning in terms of like strong areas of circulation. Let's check the correlation coefficient. Yeah, not really seeing anything really stick out to me too much on that. Let's come back up here towards this cell that's heading up to the north towards Malvern. Yeah, a decent area of rotation there still, south and east of Arkadelphia. Right in there. Still a little bit on the broad side, but still keeping a close eye on it. Definitely a little bit more of a discrete supercell that could potentially do something down the line. Yeah, really anything, anything that can tap into that shear environment here is going to have a capability of doing or of dropping a tornado. Also noticing a couple more areas of some brief or some, weaker circulations. We got one here, another one here south of Jonesboro, there in Louisiana. So yeah, still a lot of areas of rotation in and along with some of these storms. Nothing really further down to the south, so it really seems that area of tornado potential really exists kind of like in this region here. So what do y'all think about the new color palette? It's going to be confusing at first. I know you guys are used to the old one. But I like the fact that the tornado warnings stick out a little bit more so that it's easier to like kind of tell where they are. You don't care? Okay. Let's see. Mount Airy, North Carolina, is going to be okay. If you don't like change, yeah, I got it. Thank you, Dan. I appreciate that. Wentzville, Missouri is good for now. Tornado threat's going to be in Arkansas pretty much for the majority of today. Then going into early morning and tomorrow, could start to see that tornado threat pick up for Missouri. Yeah, I was sleeping. If it makes you guys feel any better about missing any of those tornadoes, which it won't, I don't feel good. I definitely don't feel good about it. I wish I could stay up 24/7 and do 24-hour live streams. But technically, we were the only channel covering that hurricane in Houston, so I think it was worth it. Gotta pick and choose what you cover. None of us are Superman or robots. It'd be nice though if I could figure out how to transfer my consciousness into a robot. I'll probably end up doing it. I do think that would be helpful for the channel. Man, these rotations from far away. Definitely got a lot of rotation above the surface. Yeah, this one's actually getting a little bit stronger here. North of Sparkman. It's a little bit contaminated. I mean, that's right in that area. Turn off the smoothing here. Yeah, it's right in that area where you would expect. Yeah, they're probably going to put a tornado warning on that shortly. It's a little bit contaminated, but that's definitely an area of some decent rotation.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, that's going to be for this storm here. If you live in Malvern, Donaldson, and Midway, you guys need to be going to your safe spots. It's an area of rotation that's been kind of going for a little bit, but now it seems to be getting a little bit stronger. No confirmed tornado on the ground with this, but definitely worth being in your safe spots, as that could drop a tornado at any moment. me see if there's any live cams near Malvern. I think there should be. Yeah, there's a couple near Caddo Valley, one near Social Hill, some more in Arkadelphia. Let me see if any of these things got a view on this thing. They're kind of on the backside, so they're going to be looking through the rain, most of them. Let me go ahead and put this here, just so we can have it up. See, there's Little Rock, and here's that tornado warned storm. I feel like we're gonna have to like directly intercept this or find one that's like looking south from this direction. Let me see. They're looking west. All these are looking west, which technically is south. Maybe this one eventually. Of course, that one's looking east. Yeah, I'll keep this one up for now, see if we see anything. But I'm not gonna spend too much time looking for those. Yeah, this new tornado warning, if you guys are just tuning in, is here in Arkansas, just to the south of Hot Springs, heading off to the north. If you live in Malvern, you guys need to be going into your safe spots in Midway. Again, if if you're in this area, just make sure that you are in the innermost interior portion of your house, with as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible, a tornado shelter or a basement that's underground. If you live in an RV, mobile home, or trailer, you need to be evacuating immediately and seeking sturdier shelter. As that approaches up to the north, this thing certainly has a decent amount of rotation on it. Yeah, it's definitely. You can still see it there on that and on that. Still no debris ball just yet. But yeah, when you have these lighter blues really close to these lighter reds, that's usually a bad sign. Definitely some stronger rotation in that region right there. No debris ball on it, though, just yet. But that could produce a tornado at any moment. Could even technically have a tornado on the ground at this moment. It's just not showing up in CC. Sometimes there's like a lag in a scan. But so I'd definitely be in your safe spots there in Midway and Malvern. Let's come back down here and check on this. This is still observed. That's now in Arkansas. The area of circulation is right in this area. Not seeing a definite debris ball there. Still, in my opinion, I don't think that that's on the ground, but it's kind of in a radar hole, so it's a little bit hard to tell. Over here, south of Farmerville, still have this area of circulation that's kind of petering out there still. Still have a decent area here of rotation south and west of Spearsville. Still a little bit broad, though. Back down here near like Dodson, starting to see some stronger area, a stronger area of rotation pick up with this storm. No debris ball on that. But watch out there near Dodson. It's certainly in the realm of possibilities that we see a tornado warning being issued for that if that continues to strengthen. Was that rotation anti-cyclonic? Which rotation? There's a couple of rotations. Yeah, environment's going to be pretty decent tomorrow. It's a little bit more conditional than today, but if we get the cells fire, it could be pretty dangerous tomorrow as well. Looks like they have allowed all the tornado warnings in Louisiana to expire, and now we're just back down to this one. But this one cell, I mean, it's certainly it seems to be a lot more discrete here. I really don't like the fact that it's this discrete. Yeah, and that rotation is certainly getting a lot stronger here as some of these later scans. Still not seeing a debris ball with it, but man, if that's not a tornado on the ground yet, it's very, very close to dropping. So if you live in Malvern, please be in your safe spots still. Also in Midway, do you want to check to see what this cam is doing? Let me bring this over here. Just want to check a couple more of these, see if we can't see that area of circulation. It would be like back in here if we could find a camera facing that way. Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of cameras like north of Malvern, so if this thing's on the ground, I guess we could do like a direct intercept here. Might eventually see something on this camera, so we'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, if you're just now tuning in, we have a tornado warning here in Arkansas. This is pushing up to the north towards the Malvern area. Continue to be in your safe spots. Check Dodson again. Oh, yeah. Yeah, strong area of rotation is forming near Dodson. Still no debris ball, but a tornado warning is probably just about to be issued for Dodson, so make sure you guys are ready to go to your safe spots. I'd be there already, given the fact that this rotation is so strong. That could also be the beginnings of a debris ball there. It's not deep enough to 100% confirm, but it would not surprise me on the next scan that we can confirm this on the ground. Heading towards Dodson, Louisiana. This is south of Jonesboro.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning has been issued over here near El Dorado. Yeah, we have another area of some stronger circulation developing here, south and west of El Dorado. No debris ball currently with this storm, but that is pushing up towards the north, towards Smack over Norphlet and El Dorado. You
A
guys need
new
to be
tornado warning has
in
been
your safe
issued.
spots there. That's in southern Arkansas. Also, a tornado warning has just been issued for that area of circulation we were just talking about. Right there, there it is. Still waiting on that latest scan. Dodson, Louisiana needs to be going into their safe spots as this approaches. Again, this is a pretty dangerous area of circulation. It could certainly drop a tornado at any moment. So please be in your safe spots there in Dodson. Do you want to check in a little bit further south? Yeah, it looks like this is like the only one in this region of the storm that has a decently strong area of circulation. Do a little bit of zoomed out view here while we wait for the latest scans. LLJ kicking in. Yeah, so the lower level jet should increase going throughout the night. But you know, these storms are going to be should be a little bit more clustered, but you know, any storms that can remain somewhat discrete, semi-discrete is going to try to rotate in this environment and try to drop tornadoes. Is there only one warning? No, there's 3 tornado warnings now. Yeah, NWS Shreveport has done an amazing job today. It's been a long afternoon for them. Can we look at the environment? I mean, we're kind of busy with a couple of serious storms. I'll try to get it up pretty quickly here. It's not really a good sector. Okay, this one's probably our best sector here. The environment isn't too spicy. It's becoming a little bit more capped. Where these storms are over here near like El Dorado and Ruston. The wind shear, check it out. Yeah, 55 knots to 40 to 55 knots still exists. So yeah, as long as that wind shear is still that strong, and yeah, we have a decent upper level jet too. I mean, we're still in a potential tornado outbreak environment here. I certainly don't think we're anywhere close to being done. Latest scan over here near Dodson. Still no debris ball, thankfully. But still keeping an eye on that Dotson. I would still be in your safe spots there. Also noticing another area of circulation developing north of Lakefield as well, near Bear Creek and Quitman here in Louisiana. I would be ready to go to your safe spots just in case this one tries to quickly organize there as well. Let's come back in here and check on this El Dorado storm. Yeah, still decent little area of circulation. A lot of that is side lobe contamination, most likely. Area I'd really be looking for low rotation be in that zone, and we're not really seeing it. So we might have a little bit of contamination here, but there could also be some rotation in there. It's just hard to tell. El Dorado and Smackover needs to be in their safe spots. Also noticing another area of stronger rotation forming here south of Stevens. So Stevens, watch out here in Arkansas. That could eventually get warned here very shortly. Also back over here, still watching this area of circulation, still a little bit on the broad side. Thankfully, still no debris ball. Donaldson, Midway, and Malvern are next in line. That's kind of all I'm seeing right now. An interesting area of circulation developing here. Not sure how legitimate it is. It looks a little bit side lobe contaminated. But I'll keep a watch out for a debris ball there near Delight, Arkansas. Keeping us in the know. Yeah, no problem. Do you think this will still be active when it hits Tennessee? I mean, yeah, we might get a little bit of a portion of this into the like eastern Tennessee. So yeah, I do think so. This thing's pretty much going to be active from here on into like the end of tomorrow, I think. I don't think there's going to be a lot of time for any breaks, unfortunately, for anybody. I thank you, Canvas and Crime, for the 10. I do appreciate that. Dry Prong, Louisiana. Yeah, we can look at that really quick. Thank you so much for that donation. It's very kind. Let's see here. Dry Prong, Louisiana. Let's check that out. You're not seeing any serious areas of rotation there. You are in a tornado watch, and you are kind of associated with the part of the line that could eventually try to spin up something. But after this comes through, you're going to be good to go. But those thunderstorms are going to be moving in most likely in the next 15 minutes. Yeah, latest scan over here near Dodson. Still no debris ball. Still pushing off to the north and east. So nothing has changed with that. Still trying. Over here near El Dorado, still noticing an area of circulation here. No debris ball on it yet, but it is about to go over 82, just to the west of El Dorado. Do you want to check back over here with this circulation? Yeah, this one's still got a decent area of circulation there. Still wouldn't surprise me if they warned this for Stevens. It's kind of a messy signal, though, which might be, they might be kind of holding off on that. Also noticing another area of rotation north of Waldo. Not very strong rotation, but keeping an eye on it. And another area of circulation over here near Patmos. Pretty much anything that is associated kind of with this boundary here seems to be some sort of boundary that these storms are latching onto, every single one of them, and it's causing most of them to rotate in some form or fashion. So if you live anywhere near Hope and Camden, I would certainly be keeping your eyes on that storm. Thank you, Canvas and Crime, for gifting another 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you. If you guys get a membership from Canvas and Crime, make sure that you are thanking them in the chat. Yeah, latest scan here, kind of seeing 2 circulations now with this storm. The main circulation is the southern one at the moment. Still a little bit on the broader side and still no debris ball. So yeah, nothing's really changed for this warning here in Arkansas. That's the latest. We'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, no problem. No problem. We try our best here on this channel to keep you guys in the know. Obviously, we are human, so we do have to go to sleep and take breaks every now and then. Let's see here. We got a new oh well. Yeah, so this is a broad view of all the warnings that have been issued today so far. Look at that. That's crazy. Yeah, we covered most of these near Houston, but man, Almost immediately after I went to sleep, things just went crazy, of course. This is Louisiana. I got absolutely beat up today. Yeah. Yeah, I'm wondering if we're still have a decent amount of power outages still. Yeah, I mean, in Texas, we still have 2.5 million people without power. I mean, look at that. Pretty much almost the entire eastern side of Texas is dealing with some sort of power outage issues, which is just crazy. Louisiana is also sitting at 34,000 power outages right now. Let's go check back in with some of these circulations. Yeah, this one's still pretty strong here north and east of Dodson. Still no debris ball on it, though. This area of circulation that was further up to the north that did try to spin up a little bit there. It's still ongoing. It's just not really that strong right now, so I'm not overly concerned about it. An area here of some more circulation now starting to form north of Farmersville. Let me see where that's heading. Yeah, this one was probably going to get a warning on it. No debris ball on that right now, but if you live kind of just to the east of Spearsville there in Louisiana, don't be surprised if you get put under a tornado warning, as that is a decent area of circulation. Back over here in southern Arkansas, it seems like this area of rotation is kind of lost its muster, lost its marbles a little bit on the broader side. Not as concerned about this one as much as I was. But Norphlet and Smackover, I would still be respecting the storm and being in your safe spots. This little area of rotation near Stevens, which, certainly still has some sort of side lobe contamination. It's still a decent area of circulation near Stevens, and there's even a little mesocyclone on it. So I would not be surprised if this gets tornado warned still, but it's a little bit on the broad side, so they might hold off for just a little bit longer to wait and see if that's going to get a little bit stronger. Back over here near Malvern, yeah, it looks like this southern circulation has kind of died off, and we're getting a new one start to form. But that appears to be in the inflow. Still a decent area of circulation, but this could be becoming a little bit outflow dominant at the moment. Let's see what the latest radar scan says. Yeah, certainly a little bit of our little area of circulation right in here. Still decently strong. They're south and east of Dodson, pushing up towards Malvern. Yeah, we are dealing with a little bit of side load contamination issues with these radars right now. Did you take shelter in your Little Rock? Not yet. Threat for you won't increase until most likely this part of the line comes towards you. Unless we get some more cells start to fire off in this region, then potentially, you should be considering it. But this storm in particularly that will probably try to rotate for a while is mainly going to be a problem for like Malvern, Hot Springs, Fountain Lake, and Hot Springs Village in the future. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, no problem. This is the state of Arkansas. So yeah, this is Arkansas right here. 2 tornado warnings in Arkansas, and then 1 tornado warning in Louisiana. Watching the cells this morning move like that was terrifying. Yeah, yeah. I mean, these storms are. I mean, this storm is very active with the tornado threat, and I really don't see that stopping anytime soon. Can this possibly hit the northeast part of Kansas? No, I don't. I really don't think so. No, you guys are gonna be okay. This thing should take a little bit more of an easterly trajectory and kind of move up into this area overnight into tomorrow. Do I think there'll be bird farts? I don't know. In Kentucky, they could be weak. which is what a bird fart means, by the way, if you're just tuning in. It's kind of an expression that, storm chasers use, but it could be weak or, it's conditional. But if the storm's fire, that tornado threat is certainly going to be elevated up there. Could be similar to today, actually. All right, let's check the latest here on these storms. Yeah, north and west of Dodson, just to the east of 167. Still seeing an area of circulation there. Looks like it's traveling pretty much due north at this point. Yeah, it's about to exit out of the tornado warning polygon, but if you live in Spring Hill, you guys are going to be coming pretty close to this rotation, so I'd still be seeking shelter from it. Let's come back over here near El Dorado, where, yeah, still seeing a kind of a messy signal with this storm, but even with the messy signal, really not seeing any areas of concerning rotation at this point. No debris balls with the storm either. And yeah, everything in here is just a mess. I wish there was a better radar. Let me see this from the Little Rock radar. I mean, yeah, it looks like a mess, but I mean, some of these areas are showing up on both radars, so there's definitely still some legitimate rotations with some of these cells near Hope. And that's where Stormwater Media is, I think. Yeah, they're in Hope, Arkansas right now, but I think the storms are outrunning them at this moment. It's hard to tell. I don't think their little spotter dot is on their radar. I do want to kind of see what the environment looks like out here. See if I can see any clouds. Yeah, the movement in these clouds have been pretty fast. I mean, even the ones that haven't really rotated too much have, looked pretty interesting in terms of like tornado threat. Okay, thank you, Casey, for subbing and liking. I appreciate that. Yeah, over there on the right, it's darker. I think that's heavier precipitation. That might be, a mesocyclone back in there, just kind of wrapped in rain. So yeah, we'll continue to keep an eye on stormwater media. They're out over here near Hope, Arkansas. I think they're like in this area, south of Hope, Arkansas, heading up to the north, if I had to guess. And like 27 today. Yeah, there's been a lot of tornadoes today. Yeah, a lot of tornado activity. Let's come back down to here. It looks like they continue this tornado warning still as radar indicated. Millams is now out of the tornado warning, but Spring Hill still wants you guys to be respecting the storm. See right there, there's that area of circulation still ongoing. Not super strong. It is getting a little weaker. Still no debris ball just yet. Keeping a very close eye on it, though. Could try to recycle eventually. This is actually a little bit more of a discrete cell. It'll be interesting to see what it does in the long term here. Do you want to check in on some of these storms on the southern side here? Is there a better radar on these? Yeah, some broad areas of circulation, even in these cells over here near Natchez, Mississippi. Going to keep an eye on those. I don't think they're going to have much of a shear environment to rotate, but I mean, the shear environment's pretty strong pretty much anywhere in this area. This is where the strongest shear environment is located, but more vorticity is kind of sitting in this region, so these storms won't be able to, continue to try to rotate and drop tornadoes as well. Yeah, latest scan over here near Malvern, still have a decent little area of circulation here. Still appears to be in the inflow, though. No definite debris ball on it just yet. So nothing's really changed about this for Malvern. We'll keep an eye on it, though. Yeah, I think with this radar, when you go 3D, it should be smoother, too. Yeah, a lot smoother. Yeah, no problem, Canvas. Thank you for tuning in. I do appreciate it. And thank you for your generous donations as well. El Dorado. All right, thank you. I'll try to remember that. The other rain as a depression. Yeah. There's still a lot of rain dropping out of these storms as well. I do want to see what the storm total precip in some of these areas has been. Yeah, decent amount of rain, not as much as earlier, but man, Longview had a almost a like sitting around like 8 to 9, 10 inches in some isolated spots, probably over there near Longview, Texas. Yeah, Beryl is now depressed. Yeah, is the depression? And we are getting some damage reports out here still along it. Reports of string of trees down near Hugh Springs, tornado possible. Not seeing any real too many damage reports related to wind though. Yeah, latest scan on this storm here in Arkansas. Still a decent area of circulation there. This is probably one of our more concerning rotations at the moment. And that reflectivity is starting to wrap in where that circulation is. So, um, starting to think that this is a developing meso at this point now. Malvern and Rockport, I'll still be in your safe spots. This could certainly try to drop a tornado in the short term there. This one near Stevens is still looking pretty interesting from this radar. Let's come back over here towards north of El Dorado. This rotation is still ongoing, pushing up towards Smackover and Norphlet. Again, rotation here is really messy and kind of disorganized. I really do feel like this tornado warning will expire shortly, probably less than 20 minutes. Um, and the velocity on this is still pretty strong north of Stevens. On this radar, too. You know, they might be watching for a debris ball, which there could be a faint signal there of one. I mean, that's some pretty strong rotation being indicated by both of these radars. So we'll have to see. I mean, it's hard to tell. It's in a radar hole. It's in the radar hole of doom up there, unfortunately. The latest scan for the storm near Jonesboro, that rotation has really started to die down there near Spring Hill here in Louisiana. So seeing maybe another little area of developing rotation north of Farmerville, still kind of on the weak side though. I mean, we have multiple areas here of circulation. I just feel like we're dealing with a little bit of contamination. So I don't think the rotations are that strong, but that one over here near Stevens, it's got that little hook, definitely a little mezzo on it. And in that mezzo, we have an area of some stronger rotation. Still no debris ball with that though, south of Troy. But I'm definitely keeping an eye on that rotation. Hey, thank you, Rejoice, for subscribing. I do appreciate that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued for this area of rotation near Stevens. This is one we've been talking about for a little bit here. This going to be Troy, Spring Hill, all need to be in their safe spots here. That area of rotation is right here south of Troy, still pushing up to the north, keeping a close eye on it. Again, I still think we're dealing with a little bit of side lobe contamination, but both radars are showing that rotation. So if you live in Troy, this area of rotation is about to be right over you. So I would be in your safe spots there. South of Smackover with this warning, still some broader circulation, still not overly concerned with that. With this tornado warning here in kind of northern Arkansas, it's still pushing off to the north towards Malvern. We might get a view of the circulation here from one of these cams up there near Rockport. So let me get that set
A
up
new
here.
tornado warning has been issued.
See where that tornado warning is. And these cells over here in Mississippi. These actually have a little bit of rotation on them. This is very interesting. Very discrete supercells starting to pop up over here near South Haven, heading towards like Memphis. Okay, so this tornado warning was an extension of this one here. So that's going to be Roston, Cale, Bluff City. Oops, wrong scene. Roston, Cale, Bluff City all need to be in their safe spots there. That's an extension. Let me make sure this is not warning this area of circulation. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornadoes located near Stevens. Okay, so no, they're just extending this warning here. So that you guys need to be going to your safe spots there. And again, guys, if you're in any of these tornado warnings, make sure that you are in the lowest, most interior room of your house. There's many walls in between you and the outside. It's humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. If you live in an RV, mobile home, or trailer, you need to be evacuating immediately and seeking sturdier shelter. Let me come over here and get a good cam on that storm south of Hot Springs. I really do think we'll be able to see this just to the west of Malvern. That'd be this camera here. This is looking west, so we should be able to eventually see that circulation here. Winds are also picking up a bit here as well. We'll definitely keep an eye on it. Oh, wow. Big tree down here on Storm Owner Media's view. Check this out. This is over here near Hope, Arkansas. Quite the large tree down. Can't really tell if that's tornado damage or straight line damaging winds, but whatever it was, that must have been a pretty powerful wind gust that knocked that down. That's the latest here for the storm. Still a decent area of circulation. The camera is located here. Should be looking in this direction, so we should get a real close and good view of this storm as it goes just to the west of Malvern. So please continue to be sheltered in place there. Let's come all the way back down to the south here. I do want to check the environment up there after we go over these radar scans. Yeah, they're gonna let this one expire. This one over here near Smackover might be starting to develop a little bit more rotation there. Still no debris ball just yet, but Smackover still continue to be in your safe spot. It is trying to reorganize a little bit. Over here north of Stevens, still a decent couplet here. Still no debris ball on this on the surface. Cale, Roston still need to be in their safe spots as that pushes up to the north and west. I do want to check the environment just to make sure that these more discrete cells aren't going to be trying to become tornadic here in northern Mississippi. The upper level shear is not too great up there. Check the lower level shear. Yeah, lower level shear is pretty much non-existent, so I think the tornado threat's going to be pretty low unless we have like a lot of vorticity and 3 cape in this area. There's a decent amount of 3 cape in Mississippi. Decent amount of 3 cape, but not a whole lot of vorticity, so I wouldn't rule out maybe an isolated tornado with one of these guys eventually. I mean, there is some rotation, and that's because of that vorticity that's here. So we'll keep an eye on them. Some thunderstorms happening nearby. I'm not seeing anything overly concerning with those. I just wanted to make sure that they weren't going to try to do anything there that we really need to pay attention to. Yeah, Florida's going to be okay from this storm. Let's go check back over here with this camera view. Winds are certainly picking up a little bit here. You can see there's a little bit of movement in the trees, so we're probably talking about 30 mile per hour winds at this point. as the storm approaches. We should be able to see that mezzo come, pretty close to this camera here soon. If there isn't too much rain. Yeah, Florida's good. Not expecting much to happen in Florida. Okay, oops. Sorry. A little update. They did officially allow that tornado warning near Jonesboro, Louisiana to expire. Yeah, this one over here near Smackover is continuing to intensify. They might extend this warning into like Joyce City, Miller's Bluff, Newport, maybe Frenchport as well here soon. So I'd be ready to go to your safe spots there as that area circulation is continuing to try to reorganize. This one over here that has been warned for a little bit. It's like it might be developing a new circulation. Yeah, this thing has two circulations. No definite debris ball on either one of these, but Mendenhall, watch out. So you got two little areas of rotation coming towards you. And yeah, two little supercells kind of just side by side. So watch out there, Mendenhall, Young, and Ames. These are coming close to you. Let's come back over here to Malvern. We still have a decent little area of circulation here south of Social Hill. Still somewhat in that inflow, though, so still might be dealing with a little bit of side lobe with this. But we'll be able to see this storm here shortly as that circulation passes near the highway here from this camera. These are definitely pretty decent here near Malvern. Storms reach the Chicago area. No, they're going to be south of Chicago. But you could get some gustier winds as this, what should be a post-tropical depression moves into your area. Let me bring this up over here, bottom side. So what we're looking for here is trying to see the circulation right here in this area near Social Hill. Our camera is located up here north of Malvern. It's looking in this direction, so we should be able to see something back in there unless there's just too much rain, but the rain should be clearing out enough to at least see that mesocyclone eventually, so we'll keep an eye on the camera. Should be within the next 5 to 10 minutes where we might be able to get a view on that. Hot Springs doesn't need a tornado. I agree. I really hope they do not get another one. Yeah, all of our tornado warnings are now in Arkansas. There are 0 tornado warnings in Louisiana, but we're still watching these storms closely. Could still see some spin-ups try to happen along this area here. They did allow this tornado warning to expire over here near Smackover. It's pretty surprising, actually. Let's see if we have another view here. Yeah, both of these radars are showing a decent area of circulation there. Yeah, that's a little bit surprising. Keep an eye on it. How am I going live tomorrow? As early as possible. Hopefully we don't have to go live for too long today. And tomorrow we can, or tonight we can get, or I can get a lot of sleep. And wake up as early as possible. There have been 95 tornado warnings as of an hour ago. Wow. Wow, we're almost at 100 tornado warnings. That's crazy. Wow. Storm is absolutely absurd. Yeah, I agree. It is certainly an absurd storm. It is weird, but it's not impossible. These things do happen actually quite a bit with these tropical systems, where we get a lot of little
A new
tornadoes.
tornado warning has been issued.
Although we have had a decent amount of stronger tornadoes today. Let me refresh this. See that new tornado warning is issued. They might be extending this one near Hot Springs, or it could be another area. They might be rewarning this one here, Smackover. There it is. Yeah. So it looks like now Hot Springs is in a tornado warning here. Oh wow. And there's that. So Hot Springs and Fountain Lake need to be in their safe spots. There's that area of circulation. It's passing in front of the camera right now. You can see it. As passing over the highway. Oh yeah, there's the base of the cloud. There's the mezzo. Keep an eye right in that area, that darker area, for any funnels or debris being thrown up into the air. Because that is exactly where the tornado would happen. We also have some cameras in around the Hot Springs area as well, so we'll be keeping an eye on those after this comes through here. Yeah, that area of circulation is literally passing in front of the camera right now. Not seeing any trees getting lofted. Man, it's pretty crazy how this just looks like your typical severe thunderstorm. This is associated with the tropical system. Usually there's a lot more rain, but this kind of gives you an indication of how this drier air is really helping these storms out. We're going to watch this camera for just a little bit here, just to make sure we don't see any tornadoes that aren't being picked up on radar, because we don't have any confirmed tornadoes on radar just yet. But sometimes these things can drop tornadoes even when it's not super clear on radar. Yeah, there's that mezzo right there. Little dark area. It's crossing over the highway now. So where you should be looking, use my little thing here, is right up above my head. I think that's where a tornado would drop if there was one, somewhere in this region here. That's that mesocyclone. Still not seeing any funnels or anything yet. No debris, but it could be about to pop up behind that, behind the trees, or it could be just right center in the, yeah, there's definitely some motion center screen. I said there's a tornado on the ground near Malvern on the news. I mean, we're looking right at the storm. I don't see a tornado, but we'll keep our eye on this camera and see if we can see it. But I mean, even on the Bree ball scan, there's nothing popping up. There's definitely some strong circulation, but I mean, we're looking literally right at that circulation, and there's at least as far as we can tell, no tornado on the ground. There's definitely a lot of movement on the right side of the screen. Actually, that's kind of, there's a funnel maybe back there on the right, top right. I mean, that mesocyclone is right here. I'm not seeing a tornado on the ground at the moment. I mean, we're looking right at the storm. Get the latest scan on this. Yeah, that mesocyclone is now past the road here. So Be on the right side of the screen where something would happen. Now, there's something kind of dangling down on the right side. That might be a funnel back in there on the right. Yeah, there's a lot of scud in that area too. And that also could be scud. There's a lot of motion there. Look at that on the right side, top right. That's a lot of motion, rising scud motion. Definitely can't 100% confirm that. Man, there's so much vorticity in and along this region here. Can really tell pretty much a lot. There's like almost every portions of that portion of the storm is kind of rotating at this moment. Yeah, we're going to keep a close eye on that. That's pushing up to the north here, just to the east of Malvern still, heading up towards the hot springs area. And there's that area of rotation. If you live in Magnet Cove, Hot Springs, Fountain Lake, and Lonsdale, you need to be in your safe spots as this continues to push up to the north. That area of circulation should be past the camera by now. So we might have to go look for another camera just in a moment. But let me give an update on this tornado warning here. Yeah, from this radar, that rotation is still somewhat present. It's not nearly as strong as it was, but I still want Bluff City to be in their safe spots there. And yeah, that's it. So let's come back up to this storm. And let's go try to find another camera with another view of the storm. Still a lot of low-hanging clouds out in front of this, but it should be past this camera. That area of circulation. We'll keep an eye on it for just a little bit longer. I'll check for cameras down the line off screen here. Oh well, hold on, let's there's one like a little bit further back from here. Look at this. Kind of the left side of the screen. That's looking a little funnely there. It's a little bit further back up on this storm near Malvern, Arkansas. Yeah, still have a decent area of circulation. It might be a bowl funnel there on the middle of the screen. It's not fully condensed, but that could be a bowl funnel there. It's just so hard to tell. Not seeing any debris being lifted up into that. Also seeing another area of interest pushing in from the left side of the screen as well. This camera is literally right next to Malvern, looking to the west. So it's like right here near Rockport, looking like down like this. Right at that mesocyclone. That's where technically the tornado would happen if it's going to happen. But we also have cameras over here near Magnet Cove as well if we need to use them. Yeah, on radar, it's a little bit broader circulation, but this thing could still potentially produce a tornado. I still want Hot Springs in Fountain Lake, Lonsdale, and Magnet Cove to be in their safe spots. Still think this is a dangerous storm here. Definitely tell there's a lot of movement underneath these clouds. Very low base, too. And that thing at the center of the screen looks interesting. Still not seeing it though, any like definite power flashes. It's another thing we got to look out for is power flashes with the storm as well. That'll be a nice indication of whether or not these storms are on the ground. Yeah, we have one in between. We have another camera right here just to the east of Price that we'll probably switch over to eventually. It's not as good as a view, but It will be helpful, and it'll also be close to that circulation. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on this camera. A lot of little funnily things in this thing. I'll tell you what. I really feel like right dead center. That should be the area of circulation. Best as I can tell, and also on the right side. There's so many little things like hanging down from this storm. I don't think they're all funnels. I think most of them are scud. It's just hard to discern, at least from this camera view, which one is the dangerous portion. I mean, that mesocyclone should literally be on the dead center of the screen, at least according to how it looks on the camera. But we'll keep our eye on it. We'll switch over to the Priceville, or the Price one in a moment here. But that's this storm here. You can see it's just to the south and west of Little Rock. Area of rotation still ongoing right here in this region, heading up towards Diamond Head, Red Oak, Morning Star. Still want you guys to be in your safe spots. Still no definite debris ball on this storm. Let's come back over here and check in on this guy here. Yeah, still a little bit of rotation over there near Bluff City. Still want you guys to be in your safe spots. Another little interesting thing popping up on this camera. Right in the center again. Yeah, in terms of like stronger winds and rain, though, the portion of this storm that is still technically a tropical depression is here near Marshall. That's going to be heading into Texarkana shortly. Not expecting much of a tornado threat, but this portion of the storm technically can't completely rule it out, though. I'm going to check on some of these other parts of the storm while we're here. Yeah, I'm not seeing any other areas of dangerous rotation except for, really this one, which is slowly getting a little bit more broad here near Hot Springs. Yeah, let's switch this camera view. Uh, See if we can find a one that's a little bit farther away looking at the storm. Oh yeah, this is going to be a good view. That mesocyclone, although we don't have too much sky to look at, that mesocyclone will literally come right next to this camera. So if a tornado drops, actually, it might not be in the view. Actually, it says it's looking east. Or near is Sparkman's tornado. What are you talking about? I think Strong, Arkansas is side lobe. Let me check. Up here near Prescott. Here. Yeah. Definitely side lobe with that latest scan coming in. Over here near Bluff City, still seeing an area of circulation here with this storm. No debris ball just yet, but Bluff City, Arkansas, I still want you to be in your safe spots as this pushes up to the north. Still is potentially dangerous circulation, just not necessarily one that is easily discernible as strong or not, given the fact that we are in a radar hole. But I still want Bluff City to be in their safe spots for that area of circulation. It says it's facing to the east, but I'm not sure how um, accurate that is because we can definitely see that mesocyclone on the right side of the screen.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued here for Strong City. North of that, New London, Pigeon Hill, and Crane City. Yeah. Looks like it was just some side load contamination, or could have been like briefly stronger there, maybe. But the fact that, it flared up just like this, and then on the next scan just went away, indicates that we were dealing with some side load. But there is technically still some rotation with this storm right in that region. If you live near New London, Pigeon Hill, Crane City, be in your safe spots there. We'll keep an eye on that storm. And if you're in any of these tornado warnings here in Arkansas, make sure that you are in the lowest floor of your house, as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible, a tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. If you live in an RV, mobile home, or trailer, you guys need to be evacuating immediately and seeking sturdier shelter. So here is getting pretty close to the end of the road here. Yeah, it's going into Bluff City. Still no discernible debris ball, but that could potentially be a stronger area of rotation there. Again, we are in a radar hole though, so it's a little bit of a low resolution signal, but I still think you guys should be respecting that storm. Rotation on this storm near Hot Springs is still kind of on a weakening trend. Still a little bit broader, but we're still watching for this thing to recycle. Let's come check back over here with this camera. I mean, it says it's facing to the east, but you can actually see that little mesocyclone on the right side. Just double check to make sure we don't have any better views. Maybe a little bit further north. Where's this one facing? To the south. One's actually in Hot Springs here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This one might catch that circulation. This one's looking east as well. Yeah, I think this one might give us the best shot here. In the short term, we'll keep an eye on it. A new tornado warning has been issued. That's going to be down here in Louisiana. So it looks like we are starting to see new areas of circulation develop here. Radar indicated. Interesting. Yeah, there was a brief moment where this did try to rotate there, just to the south and west of Hillsboro. But that has since looks like it dissipated. Let me just check the storm relative to make sure it isn't a glitch. Yeah, it's kind of a not really oriented in the way you would expect, but there is a little bit of rotation there still. So I want Baskin, Winsboro, and Mangham to be in their safe spots there in Louisiana. You want to check back in these cells, make sure they're not doing anything sneaky over here in Mississippi. Still good to go for now. Let me check this radar as well. Yeah, there's actually some little spots of rotation, but nothing like concerning yet south of South Haven. Let's check over here. With this storm over here north and west of Roston, still some circulation there near Bluff City. That has not changed. It's about to be north of Bluff City, though, in a little bit. Time froze again. Jeez Louise. Fix that. Latest scan out of this storm. It's still going. Seeing some stronger winds on this side, which might mean a little bit of strengthening here, and that's pretty much going to go right next to that other camera that we were looking at. Let's go back to it and see, if it's actually facing to the east or not. I mean, if we could see that little, yeah, I mean, there it is. There's that circulation on the top right. Anything were to happen, it would be back over there, right over those trees. Can't be completely facing to the east. That's all I gotta say. It seems like it's facing more to the west. You can really clearly see that mesocyclone on the right side. This is again this storm here near Hot Springs. Hot Springs still needs to be in their safe spots. I mean, that area of rotation is approaching the Hot Springs area. It's pretty much going to go right into Hot Springs. So I'll definitely be in your safe spots there, especially in Hot Springs and Fountain Lake, also down the line on this. We're trying to keep a close eye on the storm for you guys to see if we see any tornadoes. There's a lot of cameras in this area, so I don't really think we're going to miss a beat here. We'll keep an eye on it. I'll keep that camera underneath me for now. Let's go check in on back in on these tornado warnings. Start over here in Louisiana, in Winnsboro. Oh, where's that radar fit? All right, it's over there near Jackson. Okay, so yeah, still a little area of circulation with this storm. Still no debris popping up on there. Next in line is gonna be Bascom and Mangum. There in Louisiana. Over here in southern Arkansas, this little area of rotation is almost completely dissipated. So don't think we're going to see this get extended unless that tries to intensify again. Hit the storm relative on this. Yeah. Really that much rotation on that storm anymore. Over here for this warning, north of Roston, an area of circulation is appearing to kind of dissipate. Here, even far away from the radar, it does seem like that rotation is getting a little bit less organized, but near Cumming Springs, Redland, please continue to be weather aware. I'd be respecting the storm still there. Thank you, Hannah, for the 5. Can I check Wolf City and let you know if you're good for bed? Yeah, I'll check it real quick. Yeah, you're good. No tornado threat for you. Maybe some rain off to your west, but I don't. Yeah, just a little bit of rain should be dissipating shortly. Threat's going to stay off to your east. Latest scan here, still a decent area of circulation here, about to move into the Hot Springs area. A little bit on the broadside still, so I don't think that there's a tornado on the ground at the moment. But this could try to tighten up as it pushes into Hot Springs. So Hot Springs, Fountain Lake, I would still be respecting the storm. Let's come check back over uh, on the camera view near Hot Springs. Yeah, a little bit of a lowering. Look on the very top right corner there. A little bit of a lowering back in there. Just want to see that as it goes to the east of this camera. Should have some cameras getting some better views of this storm here eventually. Near Malvern Ave, Carpenter Dam potentially. Yeah, top right of the screen. Definitely a lowering back in there. Let's see if it's Scud or not. Yeah, it kind of appears to be Scud. Not seeing it touch the ground, whatever that is. They're moving the camera. That's nice of them. Oh, wow. Yeah, there's the mesocyclone. Holy crap. No, go back over there. All right, that is certainly the mesocyclone back there. Shoot. Yeah, he's got a brief view of that. Didn't see anything dangling under there. right in that region. Still some broad circulation that is pushing into eastern hot springs right now. You guys need to be continuing to be in your safe spots there. It's approaching Morning Star. Come back down here to Louisiana, check in on this guy again near Winnsboro. Yeah, still a decent area of circulation here south and west of Mangum. That's pushing up towards Baskin and Mangum. Still no debris ball on it. This is still radar indicated. Yeah, this one here. Lower this down to 14 frames. Yeah, not really seems to be reorganizing yet, but there's still some circulation in there. It's just not very strong. Still, in my opinion, they'll probably let this expire. Over here near Prescott in Arkansas. Yeah, it looks like that area of circulation might be trying to make a comeback again. South of Wayland Springs. They might consider extending this for Wayland Springs and Gordon there, south of Arkadelphia. Definitely got to keep an eye on that potential if you live in those areas. It looks like we're starting to get a view of this storm again from this camera. There's that mesocyclone back on the right there. Just looking directly south. Or west, sorry. Was looking south, now it's looking west. So yeah, that mesocyclone's literally about to pass right in front of this camera, and I'm really not expecting to see a tornado out of it right now, just based on the area of rotation that we have on it. Yeah, that area of rotation is now pushing into Morning Star, into eastern Morning Springs. This camera is located right here. It's looking to the west. So we should be able to see that mesocyclone pretty much right in front of us if it does come through the area. So we'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, it looks like they allowed that tornado warning to expire here. And now we're back down to 3 tornado warnings. Yeah, latest scan with this one. Still a little bit of circulation. 2 little areas of some weaker circulation there. I think this one down here is still the one we're watching the most closest. Still approaching Manghan. This one over here. There's a little area of circulation. Maybe a new one trying to form on the bottom there as well. Still no definite debris ball there near Wayland Springs, but I think they're considering whether or not to extend this or not. It's probably what's happening right now. Yeah, this rotation's getting a lot broader still. Not an overly strong circulation there going into West Hot Springs. But still continue to be in your safe spots and respect the storm. This is the view of the storm, and as you can see, there's not anything on the ground right now, at least from this view. That area of circulation should be passing right in front of us right now. So we'll keep on looking at it here for a second. Might give us a little bit of lead time if we can catch this thing in action. Unfortunately, this camera isn't the best camera, but if a tornado drops, we would definitely be able to see it, even with this lower resolution cam. That, I mean, this camera, again, is located right here in this area here. Just to the east of, just in East Hot Springs there. Yeah, it seems like these lights are a problem for this cam. It's literally right next to the circulation, so it'll be our best thing to see if anything's happening. That is for sure. It's like it's starting to get some rain wrap around here. Check to see where this camera is located in comparison to that rotation. Yeah, that
A new
rotation's
tornado
pretty
warning
much right
has
over the
been
camera
issued.
now. And the camera's right here. That broad circulation is over the camera as we speak. New tornado warning has been issued. Um, that's going to be for this. Yeah, so they did end up extending this for Gurdon, Oklahoma, just to the west of Arkadelphia and Caddo Valley. As the circulation goes over the road here, and we might be able to get right under it, but we probably won't be able to see much with that. Let's come back over here towards Winnsboro. Yeah, areas of circulation here are still present, but they're still on the weaker side, pulling into Mangum. So look around just to make sure I'm not seeing anything else obvious. Yeah, the latest scan out of this storm seems like that rotation still might be in this area here, heading up towards Gurdon. Let's come back over to this camera here, where that circulation is pretty much, yeah, I mean, it's right over the camera right now, according to radar. I'm not seeing any, dangerous winds, no debris being lofted here. Yeah, it's directly over the camera. Camera's located right here, right now. Can't can't confirm a tornado with the cameras, at least. There is a camera near Lonsdale facing west. Not sure if that one's going to be helpful or not. But yeah, all these cameras are now kind of rain wrapped at the moment. Oh wow. Check out this view. Look at this. Says it's facing east, but I mean, we're pretty much underneath that circulation, so a little bit of a clearer view with this camera here in Hot Springs. Wish they would face it a little bit more west, but it kind of doesn't matter where this is facing, given the fact that it's directly underneath that circulation. It's just literally feet away from that other camera we were just looking at. Again, East Hot Springs and then down the line, Fountain Lake should still be in their safe spots. I will say the rotation is dissipating. Really not very strong rotation. Not expecting to see a tornado out of this storm, but still watching for, potential re-intensification of that rotation. Yeah, some stronger rain and wind is also working into this area. Definitely keeping an eye on it. All right. So there's that. Let's come back down to here. I do want to check in with these storms again really quick just to make sure. There is a little bit of vorticity out here. Yeah, I mean, some brief areas of circulation I think can be expected with these, but I'd be surprised if we see anything organized. Latest scan, still seeing an area of circulation here, but still on the weak side, my opinion. Maybe another one forming here north of Chidester here. No debris ball on that, but that's actually a decent area of rotation if that signal is legitimate. It's just so hard to tell, given the fact that we are so far away from the radar. So we've lost the view here on this camera. Do we have any further north, or is this it? This is pretty much going to be it here in terms of views on this storm for a while. Probably won't need one for too long, because I can't really imagine this thing staying tornado warned for too much longer. As it really starts to reorganize.
A
Oh,
new
wow.
tornado warning has been issued.
They did extend it. Still radar indicated. Still pretty broad and weak diffuse rotation right now. So not overly concerned, but I think what why they're warning this is we're still watching for that potential for some reintensification. So if you live in Fountain Lake, Hot Springs Village, I would be in your safe spots there. Where's Storm Runner? Are they trying to get up close to this thing or not? No, they ended their live stream. Okay. There is technically a cam right in this area, right under the circulation. We'll bring that up for now. Just keep an eye on it. If you see any like little flashes from the ground, let me know. That'll be an indication that there is a tornado on the ground. But I'm just not expecting to see that at this point. But yeah, if you live over there near Fountain Lake, I would still consider to be in your safe, or still consider being in your safe spots, as storm could try to re-intensify. I mean, we've seen in this environment these storms continue to kind of overperform and be a little bit cyclonic. So it would not surprise me to see that eventually try to reorganize. Yeah, with this storm over here near Baskin, still not seeing overly strong rotation with it, but I would still consider respecting the storm in Mangham and Baskin just in case, again, we start to see some more circulation with that. I do want to see if I can just quickly here find or see if there's any cameras, at least near this storm. It's near Monroe. I don't think we have any cameras near this storm. Actually, there are some in Monroe. If we find an east-facing one, it might be able to see something. It is starting to get pretty dark out there, though. So our views from really any camera is going to be a little bit more limited. Yeah. But yeah, that's the latest for that storm. Let's come back up here to Arkansas. Yeah, still decent little areas of circulation in here. Still think we're dealing with side lobe contamination issues. If this was a higher resolution view of the storm and we still saw those areas of rotation, I would expect tornadoes under them or pretty darn close to being tornadic. We're not seeing debris balls on any of these right now, so not overly confident in the accuracy of the signal coming out of the radar right now. But I mean, you can definitely tell, at least with this storm, there's still a little bit of circulation in there. So it's going to be going towards Gurdon next, and then it's going to come pretty close to Arkadelphia. Latest scan for this storm, still a little bit of broad circulation there in between Fountain Lake and Hot Springs. Still continuing up towards Hot Springs Village. A little storm. Look at the direction this storm is going. What the heck? It is going just straight west. This one's going straight north. Just gives you a really good example of kind of the vorticity in these storms right now. The different directions of the winds in the area is quite intense. Also, a little area of circulation actually starting to pop up on this storm. We might go back down to that Rockport cam, at least get a view on that storm. Is if that rotation gets a little bit stronger, that could potentially get tornado warned. So let's go bring that up. He's getting dark out there, though. Yeah, we're just not going to be able to see anything. I mean, I'll pull up this camera. Yeah, this is too dark. Too dark to see much. You know, if it does start to like get some concerning rotation or we see a debris ball, we'll get one of those cameras to try to do a direct intercept. But that's pretty much it. Here's kind of the broad scale view of what we're dealing with. For Texarkana, those tropical depression force winds are going to be moving in eventually here, in and along this region of the storm. The strongest winds would probably be in this area here. Remember, we're still dealing with the tropical depression, believe it or not. This is still isn't post-tropical depression yet. Tornado threat's going to exist in this region here, and then also with some of these more discrete cells a little bit further up to the north as well. So we're still keeping an eye on that. That line is slowly kind of pushing to the east a little bit. Might eventually try to make it into Lake Providence, a little bit into like western Mississippi. No, 95 tornado warnings today, Joey. Not 95 tornadoes. Pine Grove, Arkansas had pictures of the tornado that looked like it was on the ground earlier. Okay. Yeah, it's been a very active tornado day. Hopefully, these rotations, or at the very least, the tornadoes stop happening. That is what we were hoping, obviously. Gita Valley and Arkadelphia here in a semi-truck. Don't really want to head inside. If you live near if you're near Arkadelphia, it does kind of seem like, there's not really any areas of, we do have, we do have a couple areas of rotation. There's not any confirmed tornadoes on these, but at least according to the radar here, it looks like they should miss you. But we do have, any portion of this line could have, some tendencies to start to rotate. Like this one over here near Bearden, it's looking pretty interesting here. That could be side lobe. That could be a legitimate area of rotation. They might throw a warning on that near for Sparkman there in Arkansas. This rotation down by here, by the way, is pretty much gone, non-existent. They're going to let that one expire. Come back here and check on this storm. Still area of circulation here near Fountain Lake. Still not seeing a debris ball, but Hot Springs Village, please continue to be in your safe spots as this storm approaches. Yeah, a little area of circulation here, still near Toll. This storm is continuing to push directly to the east or to the west, which is just, it's weird. That's weird. Because these storms are so close together. This one's actually starting to meander a little bit to the east as well. A little bit more directional shear there might try to nudge some of those storms to be a little bit more tornadic. For like Little Rock, we're watching like for Little Rock. So essentially what we're looking for Little Rock are storms developing in the area. Then we'll be watching for circulation in those. And then down the line, further later on the night, we're going to be talking about tornado potential in this portion of the line as it approaches Little Rock. You guys are in a tornado watch. If you're in any of these black shaded region, that's a tornado watch there. Most of these areas, these tornado watches are going to expire here. It seems like for the most part, your tornado threat is over. Welcome, welcome. Anything in Cabot? Let me see where Cabot is. Not yet. Your threat's going to be later on tonight. Again, if these cells can continue to develop here along this boundary, we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on any rotations with them. Like this one just developed and it's already forming an area of circulation there. So there's definitely a lot of vorticity in this area. Really, any storm that kind of latches on to whatever is here, the shear environment of vorticity in this area, they are going to try to rotate. And they might pose a tornado threat. So, that's what we're going to be watching there initially. But, if nothing really ends up happening with this area of the storm, we're still going to be watching down here for the potential for spin-ups, which we should, thankfully, by the time these storms get closer to Little Rock, we will have a high-definition view of what these storms are doing. Man, another little area of some decent rotation here near Bearden. There's actually a little bit of a debris ball there, but it's not something that I can confirm as anything, but that is certainly a stronger circulation trying to get going there. I still think we're dealing with a little bit of side lobe, which is making it look a little worse than what it is, but that might get a warning. Yeah, that latest scan is starting to look a little bit concerning there to the north and west of Amy. Very interesting. They might warn that here shortly. I do still believe that this tornado warning in Louisiana is going to be allowed to expire, and my opinion has not changed. Still zero rotation on that storm. With this storm over here, with the Arkadelphia and Cato Valley, we're still dealing with some circulations here. We got one here, one here. Still no debris balls on them, but we're keeping an eye on it. Next in line is going to be Arkadelphia and Cato Valley. So continue to be in your safe spots there until we figure out what that rotation is going to do. Just came over from max velocity. Welcome. Welcome to all of those. And that is a stronger couplet there. And you can actually see on the radar here a decent little hook echo shape with this storm as well there, just to the west of Bearden. Still no definite debris ball on it, but I would imagine a tornado warning would be coming soon. These tornado warnings, yeah, so the reds are tornado warnings, the flashing reds. The black here is the tornado watch. And then the yellows are severe thunderstorm warnings up here. We're still monitoring these storms over here near Memphis. They definitely have some severe capability. There is a little bit of 3 Cape and vorticity in this area, so I don't think the tornado threat is zero. And, we actually are starting to see a couple more organized areas of rotation with these storms right now. Let me just double check this from this radar. Yeah. Ah, man, we might be talking about a tornado threat with these storms. I mean, they're not super organized just yet, but they are trying to do something a little sneaky here. So I do think it's worth keeping an eye on it. Those kind of push up to the north towards like South Haven and Memphis. I'm not overly convinced still that these things are going to pose a tornado threat, but we'll keep an eye on it. By the way, they did allow this tornado warning near Gurdon to expire. This little rotation to the east of Bearden is still ongoing, but it's a lot weaker than it was. I only have one tornado warning left, and that is this one here near Hot Springs Village. If you live in Hot Springs Village, still continue to be in your shelter. Again, if you're in a tornado warning today and you get into a tornado warning, make sure that you are going into the lowest floor of your house, as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible, a tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. Bastrop. Is that down here near this warning? No. So for Louisiana, is that Bastrop? Yeah. So you guys are getting a little bit more of an intense portion of the line, but the rotations in the storms have been pretty weak as of late. We did have a quick little spin up not too long ago, which is why this tornado warning was issued. But for the most part, it's going to be heavy rain. Maybe some small potential for some damaging winds along that. Yeah, still also monitoring this area of circulation north of Traskwood. It's remaining on the broader side of things, though. It's not really tight rotation right now. That's latest. Here's kind of like the broad view of everything, kind of the best radar view of the storm right now. You see, we still have those tropical depression force winds still pushing up into Texarkana. And I mean, if you zoom out, you can really see just how broad this thing is. I mean, there's the whole storm. That center of circulation is in this area. It's bringing that moisture up from the south. We got some decent wind shear in this area. Thankfully, that convection is on the lower end of things now. So they're not really fully tapping into that shear environment. But further up here in the north and east, that vorticity is pretty strong. And then over here, we have a lot lesser vorticity, some 3 Cape, and that's why we're keeping a small eye on those storms over there. But I would say the highest area for a tornado threat still exists in this region right here. I'm going to start switching to a red pen when I draw with this new color scheme. Hello, hello. Conway, we're looking out for you. The storms aren't quite there yet, so it's going to be a little while. But, if anything develops over here, any new storms develop, could get some rotation with them. We had a view on this storm not too long ago, but unfortunately, that view is gone. Now that we're getting into nighttime, our traffic cams are going to be pretty much useless, as you can see, unless they're like close to like some lights, like this one. But this one's south of that warning. Let me just double check to make sure there's no cameras here on WX scan. One in like northwest Arkansas, but that's not overly helpful. And I'm pretty sure, I remember correctly, Storm Runner Media ended their stream. Yeah. So it's just radar. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, we pulled a long shift yesterday. I was live for a total of 14 hours yesterday. So I apparently, while I was asleep, there was an entire tornado outbreak. As you can see, we have tornado reports everywhere. But you can't catch it all. Can't catch them all. That Pokemon saying is literally impossible. But we're here for nighttime coverage, and we'll be here tomorrow. Hopefully, this starts to calm down, and I can actually get some good sleep. And then tomorrow, we'll be back, back on my regular sleeping schedule. But we'll see. I mean, as the nighttime falls here, that lower level shear will be picking up with these storms. So there's still going to be some tornado potential. In fact, I'm seeing a little area of some broader circulation here near the Gordon area. Let me pull back up my blue pen. A little bit of broader circulation right there in that region. Starting to redevelop. Not very tight circulation yet, so not convinced a tornado warning is coming just yet for that. But if it does try to strengthen, we might see a tornado warning on this here in the near future. And I think, let me just see where this is going. I mean, I think we could get a camera under that if we really wanted to. Let me just check in on that. I'm not sure if it's going to be worth it because it's like the dead of night. But I know there's cameras in and around that region. Not sure. It's right there. Yeah, there's Caddo Valley. There's Gum Springs on 30, Arkadelphia. There's Gurdon. Uh, just to the west of Gurdon. So this would be our closest cam. Yeah. It's dark. Breaking news. It is nighttime. Oh yeah. Sorry, I missed that. No, I think I thanked it. Yeah, thank you, AZ Desert Fox, for the 9.99. I don't remember if I thanked you or not for that, but thank you so much. That's a huge help out to the channel. It does go a long way. It does go a long way. We don't do any sponsorships or anything on that channel, so it keeps the lights on. So thank you. This area of circulation is trying to intensify a little bit more here, south and west of Benton. It's still a little bit on the broader side, but in comparison to this rotation, you can see that they look kind of similar. Although this rotation might be on its way out. I mean, this tornado warning might be on its way out. Yeah, Hot Springs and Fountain Lake. Not overly confident your storm is going to do anything, but we'll keep an eye on it. Still hasn't done any re-intensification yet of that rotation. Also, we are starting to see storms develop here south of Little Rock. So that's going to be, at least in the near term, our closest scenario, our quickest, I guess. Yeah, I guess our closest threat's the best way to say it. Of seeing some rotations out of the storm that could potentially, maybe down the line, try to produce tornadoes near the Little Rock area. Not saying they're going to go into the Little Rock area. As you can see, they're kind of going to like the east. But we're watching for that convection in this region because that will eventually try to track into the Little Rock area. So that is where your threat would be in Little Rock. I do want to check back in with these storms just to make sure we're staying on top of them. Yeah, still no dangerous areas of rotation. Some broad circulation here near Holly Springs. You can definitely tell that this thing has got probably a healthy supercellular structure here with an inflow. But in terms of dangerous rotation, you're not seeing anything. We'll go to the broad scale view here while we wait for the latest scans. Hey, thank you, Drew and Amy, for subscribing. I do appreciate it. Live in West Virginia. You never really have severe weather. I appreciate that. Yeah, we did cover West Virginia not too long ago. I remember we found some traffic cams in West Virginia when that it was like a very intense line of storms, like 80-mile-per-hour winds. It literally looked like an apocalypse. It was pretty wild. Stuff was definitely hitting the fan with that storm. I think there are a couple of tornadoes were confirmed at line too. Thank you, Grayson, for subscribing. I appreciate that. I am kind of wondering, like, if these storms can like actually sustain themselves. Because I mean, in this area, the vorticity is a little bit ridiculous, like ridiculously high. I don't really have much confidence they will be able to sustain themselves and mature. They are trying to make an attempt at that. Might have to watch this little area if they can get a little bit stronger. Yeah, seeing another little area of rotation here south and west of Sparkman. Not overly strong rotation just yet, but it's there. I'd watch out for that in Sparkman. There's no guarantee that that is going to try to produce anything, but it's certainly, we'll probably try to make an attempt. So I would keep an eye on it. You know, crazy enough, we had a tornado report in Sparkman 2 hours ago. Wow. So let's hope that that storm does not do anything. Don't need two tornado threats there. Other portions of the line, still some broader circulations. Nothing is tightened up just yet with those storms. Let's come back over here to Hot Springs. Yeah. This rotation here near Hot Springs is still continuing to be pretty broad and diffuse. You can see we really don't have many stronger winds on the southern side here. Let me check the storm relative. Yeah. It's really not strong rotation at all. It's very broad and pretty weak. I'm actually getting a little bit more concerned about this area, but still, it is still on the broader side of the spectrum too. It's a wide circulation. Typically, you want a little bit tighter circulations. Wonder how far north this will end up. I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, the tornado risk is really supposed to go, all the way into southern Missouri eventually. It's not always guaranteed, but 2024 has been the year of the nighttime surprises with some of these storms. I'm not sure if this storm's going to act the same way. I know the shear environment's still there. Everything is still in place for some potential for tornadoes. So we'll have to see. Fingers crossed that it remains calm from here on out. But yeah, I mean, it could end up as far north as like southern Missouri. At least today, going into tomorrow morning, and then after that, tomorrow we're gonna have another potentially intense day. So I think I'm gonna put a limit on this stream at 2 a.m. just to make sure I can get some sleep before that stream, because it's a little bit more conditional tomorrow. But if those storms fire, mature, tap into the shear environment, they're gonna go. It's gonna be pretty similar to what happened today. Maybe not as widespread, but still could have discrete supercells, strong tornadoes tomorrow as well. We had more tornado warnings today than we had severe thunderstorm warnings. Wow. Yeah. That's pretty typical with tropical tornado outbreaks. It happens every single time usually. Just because, the storms that happen typically with these guys, I mean, we did have a severe thunderstorm warning earlier with 1-inch hail, but that's going to be few and far in between. Unless you had like another like severe weather event happening in another part of the country, typically you don't see too much hail unless you get a lot of dry air filter. And we might see a little bit more of an elevated hail threat tomorrow. I think there's still going to be, yeah, no hail threat for tomorrow, actually. All right, let's see. Checking on the latest here on this tornado warning near Hot Springs Village. Just to the north of Hot Springs. Still have an area of circulation. I mean, it's still there. It's not like it's gone, but it's not very strong rotation. Still no debris ball on it just yet, and still keeping an eye on this dude here, which is still trying to somewhat organize here. Got a little area of rotation right there in that region. Not seeing a debris ball yet, but I'd still watch out there in Nance and Lonsdale. I mean, if this thing, tries to wrap up, it could do so a little bit quicker than some would prefer. So definitely would continue to, at least be ready to go to your safe spots just in case that scenario ends up playing out. Back down here, where we keep getting these little brief circulations. Looks like at least all of them for now are not concerning. Just want to check back in with these storms. I mean, still a couple pockets of rotation. Man, look at the supercellular shape on these storms. You probably can see them a little bit better without the smoothing. Yeah, look at that. I mean, these ones are tapping into something. That vorticity out there, these storms are working with it. Thankfully, we're not seeing any tighter circulations. But these are definitely supercells with some weaker rotation. Let me just double check this radar here. This is in northern Mississippi. Yeah, no like strong rotations with that, but man, you can definitely tell that they are tapping into that any little shred of vorticity out there. They are trying to tap into it, but so far so good in terms of strong rotation. I'm going to continue to keep an eye on those just in case. They have a look, but without rotation, that look means nothing. Also, maybe a little bit of rotation starting to pick up here south and west of Hot Springs. Not really that strong, though, at this moment. Do I think there is a slight chance for discrete supercells possibly forming tonight or tomorrow from the outer bands? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is, this is going to be potentially an all-night thing. There is potential for this storm unless we get a little bit of a capping inversion start to really work its way in. But I mean, there's potential for us to get tornado warnings all the way in from now and then till tomorrow. I mean, if you look at the tornado risk here, you see that tornado risk goes all the way up into Missouri, and then going into the next day, it picks up pretty much where that goes away. It should get a little bit lower of a tornado threat going into the later night hours, but we can still certainly see some spin ups. Thank you, Bo, Ted, and Joshua, for subscribing. I do appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. If you guys haven't liked the stream yet, please consider it. It does help us reach more people in the path of these storms. Also consider subscribing if you guys want the coverage like this in the future. Huge shout out to everybody who has subscribed and liked the stream so far. Thank you. Now, the Hot Springs tornado warning is still ongoing. It's still there. Still got an area of circulation. You know what's interesting about these two storms is this one's kind of moving in this direction. So this circulation is going to come close to Hot Springs, and then this one over here as well is going to try to come pretty close to Hot Springs as well. Hot Springs Village, at least. But I mean, none of them are really tight or strong rotations at this moment, so I'm not really thinking tornado imminent with either one of these guys. And in fact, this rotation looks a little bit more organized than this one. And as you can see, they haven't put a tornado warning on this one. So what I'm thinking, my thoughts are they might be considering allowing this one to expire, or they just might keep it up there out of caution like they did last time they warned it. But it's kind of hard to tell what the NWS is going to do. Latest down here, still seeing this little area of the storm try to do something, but I still think we're dealing with a little bit of side lobe. Check other areas of the storm just to make sure we're not getting any surprises. Yeah, so far so good. So over here near Rayville looks interesting, at least on radar presentation, but we really don't have a close enough radar. I guess this one's the best one we got. Yeah, there's a little bit of circulation in there, but it's not strong. Yeah, it does seem like the tornado threat, at least with these storms here, it looks like it's diminishing. As I really haven't seen a storm really rotate there in a while. Yeah, Ohio's going to have a potential 2% tornado threat tomorrow. So the tornado threat will exist into Ohio. That's going to be later on in the day, though. Tomorrow. You live in Hot Springs, what do you do? Just continue to be weather aware. We're watching for a threat of tornadoes still with these storms down here. And in fact, this little area of rotation is still continuing to look pretty organized here. A little bit of something popping up there, but I don't think that's definite enough to be able to confirm a tornado. Definitely an interesting little signal there. Let me just check the times on that. Yeah, I mean, that lines up. I don't think it's a tornado. At least I can't confirm it, but certainly a decent little area of rotation here. I think we'll have to see what the latest scan says. But we did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning here for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and that's going to be for Arkadelphia, Cato Valley, Leola, and Carthage, and that's going to be associated with the reds and oranges with this part of the storm here. You're almost right under this thing. Yeah, understandable. All right, that tornado warning has officially expired up there in Hot Springs. So now it's just a waiting game. Just a waiting game to see what happens with this storm. We do still have that vorticity. These storms are still rotating every now and then, but nothing like super tight or concerning, except for over there near Sparkman. It's a little bit concerning. And these storms over here are continuing to not rotate dangerously, thankfully. Yeah, I don't know if it's on the ground or not. It's just not a definite debris signature. Yeah, and then our latest scan, it's not there. So that was either a brief little touchdown there, or it was just uh, or it was just some sort of contamination. There's certainly some rotation in this area of the storm. Wouldn't be overly surprised if they warned it. Let me look at from this radar. Yeah, both radars agree that there is a circulation here to the north or to the west of east of Sparkman. Sorry. What about Tulsa? Wait, like talking about like Oklahoma? You guys might get some gustier winds, but you know the core of this storm right now is here, and still has some tropical depression force winds. Let me see what they're clocking in at right now. Yeah, max sustained winds are going to be like 35. Could get some 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Maybe some power outages in this area. I think the strongest winds would probably be in this portion of the storm that are kind of moving into the Texarkana area. That pushing towards Little Rock. Yeah, the tornado threat will be moving into Little Rock here in a little bit. So continue to be weather aware. We're watching the storms. So far, nothing really overly sticking out to me with these ones up here on the northern side. I'm thinking at least the tornado risk up here a little bit further north is kind of on the muted end of things. But along this area of the line, I still think, we got to watch out for these rotations trying to form here. One near Arkadelphia, another one over there near Cato Valley, another one here to the west of Sparkman that's still looking interesting. It is a little bit on the broader side. You can see how wide it is. Not a very tight circulation, but man, you can see pretty clearly here that there's a little bit of a hook there too. So certainly a mesocyclone within that storm right now. So we'll see. They might warn it. It's a little bit blocky though. I prefer to have a little bit of a better view of the storm before I say they're going to definitely warn it, but it's certainly something to keep an eye on. Batesville. I don't know where Batesville is. Let me check it out. Batesville, Arkansas. Yeah, it looks like you guys are kind of at the north. So yeah, your risk is going to be later on tonight. You know what's interesting about this storm is that it's kind of meandering into this direction. I wonder if it's going to like eventually kind of meander into a better shear environment. Maybe try to do something. I don't really know. I mean, the shear environment's just not overly strong in this area, so just not confident that these storms are really going to do much, but I guess it's still worth keeping an eye on. At least for Memphis, you got some stronger thunderstorms pushing into the area with a lot of lightning with them, and some severe storms nearby with 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Some of them have exhibited a little bit of rotation, but nothing concerning yet. So, yeah, quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds are going to be possible with any of these storms here. So just be indoors and away from windows there in Memphis, and you'll be all right. Yeah, no problem. Tomorrow's going to be Ohio's threat, Steve. And then after that, the storm will be out of our hair, I think. This is the first time it made that far. What do you mean, King? There is no tornadoes in Louisiana right now. No tornado warnings. We're still monitoring this portion of the line to see if that rotation is going to pick back up. But so far, so good. At least I'm not seeing any dangerous rotations with these storms right now. So, tornado threat does seem to be dying down a little bit further to the south. I still think the main area where we could see tornadoes is going to be in this region of the storm. Yeah, I mean, still a decent velocity couplet here, just to the north and east of Sparkman. No debris ball on it yet. I don't think it's on the ground just yet. Check the storm relative. Yeah, definitely a decent area of circulation. That could get warned here shortly. Even with the side lobe contamination, they might just go ahead and throw a warning on it. Let me check in the upper levels of the storm. Yeah, the rotations a little bit higher up on the storm are a little bit weaker. So, you know, it's certainly more of a surface-based rotation there. How many tornado warnings so far from Beryl? A lot. I think we were close to 100. Not sure if we've quite hit 100 yet. But this is a view of all of the tornado warnings that have happened over the past 48 hours. It's a lot. That's a lot of tornado warnings. Some areas probably have gotten multiple tornado warnings today. Like 97. Yeah, we could be like close to 97, I think. It was 95 at 8 p.m. We haven't really gotten too many tornado warnings since then. We might be like at 99. I just don't have a way of really counting all of that, I don't think. Thank you, Michi, for cycling. I appreciate it. A Venmo? I'm not seeing anything on Venmo. Let's see here. Still has a chance. Yeah, Hot Springs still has some tornado chances here. We're still watching some of these circulations here, and then eventually these storms to the south. Yeah, even with side lobe contamination, there's certainly an area of so stronger rotation in this storm. Also, another one right here. Again, it's going to be hard, though, for them to really decipher whether or not they should pull the warning on this, though. I'm a little bit unsure myself. It's not a definite area of stronger rotation. There's definitely a little bit of side lobe contamination, but I mean, there's 100% rotation in there. It's just hard to decipher, given the fact we're so far away from the radar, just how strong it is. And if you look here, you can really tell the blocky presentation here. Kind of looks like squares instead of like a little bit more of a smoother presentation to it. So they're probably making that decision right now in the NWS office. But, you know, down the line from the storm near Sparkman, north of Sparkman, and then, you know, near Arkadelphia and Cato Valley, be aware of the storm and, you know, just be ready to go into your safe spots if a tornado warning gets issued. Thank you, Alice, for the 2, and Southern Grace for the 2 as well. Redfield. Arkansas. Yeah. Eventually, you guys will experience your tornado threat. Yeah. In terms of rotations, though, there's nothing nearby you, though. That's a little bit of a tighter signal here. Not as blocky. If that tornado warning would come from this storm, it would probably come like now. It's not as blocky, and it definitely has some circulation in there. That's the clearest picture we've had of this storm yet. Also, another little circulation down here near Manning. but still kind of looks a little contaminated. But we'll keep on watching. Regardless of that velocity, I mean, if there's a debris ball that pops up right underneath there, which there isn't right now, then, we'll be able to say 100% that that's a tornado. But there is no debris ball under it. So, you know, I can say for certain there's not a tornado at least, but that's about it. It's hard to predict when the NWS is going to pull a tornado warning. Just checking out on these storms again. Still no areas of concerning rotation. Mainly just some thunderstorms out there with some severe capability. Yeah, there's broader rotation in Mississippi, but it's not necessarily anything that is like sticking out to me as concerning. Still, all those rotations over there in Mississippi are on the weak side. What about Covington, Tennessee? The only areas of Tennessee that that are gonna have a tornado problem, I think it's gonna be extreme western Tennessee. Yeah, western and northwestern Tennessee, and that'll be tomorrow. A little bit of a tornado risk tonight in this portion of Tennessee, but that's going to be coming from this portion of the storm. Will be interesting to see how some of these more discrete cells act as they get closer to this area. Yeah, latest scans of these broader rotations still unconcerning up there. Sky still is exhibiting a little bit of an area of tighter rotation there. Still no debris ball though, so I still believe we're dealing with contamination because, if this was a legitimate signal, we would probably have a debris ball at this moment. It's not guaranteed, but still not overly confident in the amount of rotation that's showing up as. NWS Shreveport is absolutely on point today. Yeah. Yeah, they did an amazing job. Thank you, Cags, for the 5. I do appreciate that. And they really did an amazing job today. I mean, they were on top of it. They were covering almost all of these tornadoes. I do wonder how many tornado reports we had today. Let me see. Tornado reports. I wonder if it's in the 20s. We've had 11 tornado reports. I'm sure there was more than that. But so far, officially at least, we have, well, filtered reports are 10 tornado reports. Are we looking at an overnight tornado threat? A little bit, yeah. Mainly in like the extreme western Tennessee. But it's on the low end. As of 17 minutes ago, the tornado warning count was at 102. Oh, wow. So we've officially had 100 tornado warnings today, which is crazy. Contamination means essentially that the velocity signals are looking stronger, stronger than, than what they are, essentially. That's the basic definition of it. But yeah, so, like this little area down here, these look like tight circulations. But they're most likely contamination. Again, if it usually like almost, I wouldn't say 100% of the time, but like 90% of the time when we see a circulation that strong, there's a tornado on the ground. There's no debris ball being picked up by it. This over here seems a little bit more legitimate. You can see that we have potentially an inflow here, a little mesocyclone here. So the rotation getting a little bit stronger up here is definitely interesting. But yeah, essentially, the greens, at least with the storms as they've been this far away, have been pretty contaminated. So we've been seeing a little bit more greens than that are probably there. But there are little areas of rotation in the storm. They're just probably not as strong as being indicated by radar. which happens quite a bit, especially when you're far away from the radar. So you do have to keep an eye on that contamination problem, and that's what Little Rock is looking at right now. They're seeing that contamination, and so far, they have not issued a tornado warning, mainly just because they're probably uncertain. I do want to see if we can at least get down the line here north of Little Rock to maybe see if we can get at least some lightning on some of these cams. Oh, not north of Little Rock, north of Arkadelphia. Oh yeah, this is the view in that storm that is kind of the core of the storm here that is north of Arkadelphia. Is that a power flash? It's hard to tell. The lightning is also appearing blue in this camera, so that's probably just lightning, but typically that's what the power flash color looks like. But yeah, you can see there's actually some pretty intense rain happening um, here and a lot of lightning. Connor and Freddie saw a few. Yeah, they usually do. I'm surprised that I'm surprised they were still chasing when I woke up. I just do not see how that's humanly possible. But I guess, when you're chasing and you're seeing tornadoes, your adrenaline is going through the roof. Yeah, this right here is looking concerning. Again, still might be dealing with a little bit of side lobe here, but it does appear like that would be like where an inflow of the storm would potentially be. Still not seeing a debris ball though. A little bit broader here. But keeping an eye on that area. That I think is a legitimate signal, or somewhat of a legitimate signal there for some rotation. Had up to 14 tornado warnings going at once earlier. Jeez Louise. That's hard to cover. Look at that. Surely a tornado warning is coming soon for this circulation. That's looking pretty legitimate. Still not the new debris ball scan, but definitely an area of stronger circulation here south of Willow. Not currently warned, but you can
A
definitely
new
tell
tornado warning
that
has
is
been
wrapping
issued.
around. And then there's that inflow, and there's that tornado warning. Yep. It's going to be Wave, Tulip, Willow, Round Hill, Leola, Rolla, Bush Creek, Carver, Thiel, and Landers all need to be in their safe spots here. We do have an area of some pretty strong rotation developing here. I do not like the way that that looks. We're checking on the storm relative. Yeah, this is certainly some stronger rotation here. If this thing tries to drop a tornado, it could be on the stronger side. Could be on the stronger side there. Not good. Really hope our next scan this dissipates. Because if that continues to try to tighten, we're going to have some problems. Yeah, you can quite clearly see that rain also wrapping around that circulation very clearly. There's where the inflow would be. Yeah, latest scan on this storm. Still have an area of some rotation there. It's a little bit on the broader side, so it's not as tight as the last scan, but we still have some pretty strong broad rotation. This thing could easily tighten up here at any moment. So again, if you're just now tuning in, we have a tornado warning here in Arkansas. This is south and west of Little Rock, east of Arkadelphia, kind of heading up towards 270 there. And if you live in Leola, Arkansas, you guys need to be in your safe spots. This one's trying to do the tornado. We'll see if it's successful or not. So radar indicated, no confirmation yet that this is on the ground, but we're keeping a very close eye on it. Could there be a QLCS threat with the winds going north of Arkadelphia? Yeah. So with any of these storms in this area, there's going to be a tornado threat. I think long term, I really don't see it diminishing. I think now that we're in kind of the later portions of tonight, it's probably going to be more dangerous in terms of, you're just not going to be able to see anything, but you really shouldn't be out looking for it technically. So, but yeah, this is going to be that part of the line we've been talking about it. That's going to continue to try to rotate, try to drop tornadoes, and
A new tornado warning has been issued.
oh wow, looks like we're starting to get some rotations pop up back down here. Let's check this out. Yeah, there's some rotation there. Yeah, storm relative, it's a little bit more obvious. Not seeing a debris ball on there just yet, but if you live in Bonita, I'd be in your safe spots there in Louisiana. We do have an area that is trying to rotate here, about to push up to 2 here. Yeah, latest scan. Still seeing a little bit of a tightening there. Still no definite debris ball in this portion of the storm. Rotation as a whole is a little bit broader there. Maybe a little area of some tighter circulation right in that region. Let me check that on the storm relative. Yeah, right in there. Pretty obvious area of some tighter circulation. Still pushing up there to the north towards 9. And that's the latest on that one. Also, a little area of rotation starting to form here. I'm not sure if that's going to end up doing anything, but might need to start paying attention to this portion of the storms if we do start to see some more tighter rotations there. Chazzy, stop. It's a situation in Ozark. So Missouri's got a little while until you guys start to see tornadic activity. The main threat for now is going to be kind of in like the Little Rock Hot Springs Village and Hot Springs area, also Pine Bluff. It's over there. That's what we're going to be looking for, at least in this immediate moment here. But in terms of down the line, there is going to be a little bit of a tornado threat as some of these storms push off to the north and east. But that's going to be like early tomorrow morning, mainly there in the Boot Hill. Yeah, latest scan just came in here. So no debris ball, thankfully. Yeah, storm relative, still an obvious area of some tighter rotation here with this storm. No debris ball just yet, but with that tight area of circulation, we certainly, I mean, it is possible technically that there is a tornado on the ground with this, but I'm not seeing any evidence to say that for 100%. So I'll definitely still be in your safe spots. Concerning area of rotation, tornado could drop at any time there. Leola still needs to be respecting the polygon and staying in their shelters. Yeah, those little areas over there kind of petered out, thankfully. Let's go back down, check out Louisiana again. Yeah, latest scans here with this storm. Rotation's pretty broad. So not seeing a debris ball there. Let's go back. It showed up better on the storm relative. Yeah. Pretty weak circulation there south and east of Bonita, but still keeping an eye on for that to re-strengthen. You can see this is a definitely a more mature thunderstorm, and it's kind of discreet right now. So certainly do think that it could try to maybe recycle. If it does that, then we'll have to keep an eye on that area. Also noticing a little bit of an inflow starting to try to form with this storm here. Yeah, rain's wrapping around a little weak area of circulation. They're south of Little Rock, still keeping an eye on that. Yeah, it could drop. We'll see. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Out of all of my browser scenes, this is the only one that screws up, is the time. Clarksville, I'm not really worried about Clarksville until we get into tomorrow. So tomorrow's gonna be your main threat. I think you guys are in either a 5% or a 2% tornado threat. I would certainly be weather aware tomorrow because it's a little bit more conditional. But if these storms can organize and get mature tomorrow, it's gonna be an issue. Could even see some strong tornadoes in that region. Not like in Clarksville, but in the 5% of tomorrow. Oh, Wind Dancers live. Awesome. We can use his stream. I don't know where they're ever gonna be at, but we'll put them up. We'll put them here. Give me a second. Storm Chaser incoming. This is Wind Dancer Media. They're Arkansas locals, and they storm chase in the area. Not sure what their plan is here or where they are. If somebody could keep tabs on them and give me updates every now and then, that would be super helpful. One of the mods, just have them up on a separate screen. Yeah, this is Wind Dancer Media. We'll be keeping an eye on them and their location. I know they live in Arkansas, so they're probably somewhat near the Little Rock area. As you can see, they're currently at the gas station. Probably getting some snacks and some Red Bull for a long night. Yeah, let's go back and check in on this tornado warning in Louisiana. Yeah, latest scans are coming in. Still a little bit of circulation here. Not very strong rotation. Still no debris ball, but I still want Bonita to be in their safe spots. Again, if you guys are in any of these tornado warnings, your safe spot is the lowest, most interior room of your house, as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible, a tornado shelter, or a basement that's underground. If you live in an RV, mobile home, or trailer, you need to be evacuating immediately and seeking sturdier shelter. Also, in this black region, that is a tornado watch there. Chazzy, enough. Let's see what this latest velocity scan is looking like. Yeah, still radar indicated, still an area of some tighter rotation popping up here. Let's check the storm relative. It's a little bit on the broader side as the latest scan. You see right in there some grays in between the reds and greens indicating it's a little bit broader. So I'm not expecting to see a debris ball just yet. But what we're watching for is for new circulations, tighter circulations to form on this northern part. That broad circulation is still strong broad circulation. Sometimes with these broad circulations, you're like, it looks broad. The next scan, though, it tightens up, then you got a debris ball. So please do not let your guard down just yet in Leola, Arkansas. I'm going to take a gander at some of these other areas around here. Yeah, we are starting to get some tighter rotations, unfortunately. just to the south of Little Rock. This one to me seems like the most organized storm. You can see it's really starting to wrap around there. It's actually latched onto what appears to be an outflow boundary with the inflow working in right there. And yeah, you see where they're intersecting. That's where that rotation is. We're going to have to watch that one closely as well. It's just to the south of Little Rock, in and along 167 there. Let me just double check to make sure we don't have cams nearby that region. We got one near Wrightsville. We'll keep an eye on that. Definitely keeping an eye on that circulation. Those ones might be, those can organize a little bit more. These might become our next tornado warned storms. Let's come back over here to Louisiana. Check in on this guy down here. Yeah, still a little broad circulation. Ongoing. Blondie. Oh, they're in Benton. Okay, thank you. No debris ball yet with this, and still not very strong rotation, but still keeping an eye on it. I still want Bonita, Louisiana, to be respecting the storm. There is a camera kind of near that one area of the storm. I do at least want to get it up here. So we'll have that there, and we'll have, so they're in Benton here. Let me try to get at least a view on that northern circulation. We can also get directly in the path of the storm eventually if need be. Here it is just to the north of that circulation. Keep an eye on it. Let's come back over here to the big radar. Yeah, latest scan here with this storm. Little area of tighter rotation again popping up there south and east of Willow. Still no debris ball just yet. That again is tightening up and trying to become a little bit concerning again. Also noticing another little area of rotation to its south and east as well. I'm not sure how legitimate that is though. Is the more discrete to the supercell, the more powerful it becomes? Typically, yes. But I mean, yeah, I mean, typically that is what happens, yeah. But I mean, you could still get some stronger tornadoes in a QLCS line, but they're a little bit more rare. Typically most like strong tornadoes past EF3 and above are more discrete cells or cells that are semi-discrete. Latest scan, still seeing some rotations trying to develop here. They're still on the weaker end, though, of the spectrum. They're not strong rotations yet. Still keeping an eye on those. It's been a while since we've seen any storms really try to do anything up here, but still might be a little bit favorable for tornadoes up there. That's the latest down there. Let's come back down to here to Louisiana. Storm relatives. Two little areas of circulation there. Still no debris ball. One of the circulations is going to be coming pretty close to Bonita, so you know what to do. Keep staying in there. Chazzy, that's enough. Yeah, that's the latest. Keep a close eye on them. I mean, I don't think the tornado threat is over, but, it's been a while since we've actually had a confirmed tornado, so I really hope that continues. Tornado on the ground in Hot Springs. No. There's no tornado in Hot Springs. Don't know where you got that information from. That is not accurate. It's from the tropical storm. Yes, it is. So, well, technically, it's now a tropical depression. See that center of circulation is still over here near the Texarkana area. There's no tornado in Hot Springs, guys. There's not even a storm in Hot Springs yet, but there is a storm approaching the Hot Springs area with some very broad circulation, but nothing tight or concerning. And this one is starting to get a little bit broader here just to the south and west of Leola. Still no debris ball. That's what we want to see. We want to see this rotation remain broad. Still a little bit area of circulation south of Alexander, but still no, definite rotation up there. Do you want to check back in with these storms just briefly to make sure they're still behaving? There's actually a little area of some broad circulation here near Tunica, Mississippi. Nothing else really sticking out to me. That rotation's really weak over there. Yeah, it looks like they've allowed all the tornado watches to expire, except for over here in Arkansas. So if you live in the shaded region there near Little Rock, Hot Springs, Pine Bluff, still be weather aware. Camden, you're good to go unless these storms try to do something here. But I think that's a very low chance that they get mature enough to drop tornadoes, but we'll keep an eye on it. Thank you, Michael, and Bible Maniac for subscribing. Do appreciate it. Well, I'm telling you, Cynthia, you're wrong. Still waiting for the latest scans to come in. Hopefully, we can get a view of something with this camera. We're still kind of keeping an eye. This is on this camera that has that rotation south of Little Rock. There was a PDS tornado warning somewhere in Texas earlier today. Yeah. Yeah, there's a couple of PDS tornado warnings tonight, apparently. No, we're not going to be going over the time frame just yet. I do want to just check real quick what we got going on out here for cameras. This one might be an interesting storm to try to look at here. But yeah, as you can see, it's just dark. I think it's going to be too dark. Now, wherever we have light, it's usually where there's a lot of rain or the light scatters a little bit. Can I tell you how Donaldson, Arkansas is doing? I mean, I don't really like to search for cities during tornado warnings just because, everybody starts spamming their city in chat and I feel guilty. So I'm probably going to not check cities unless they're in the tornado warning. If you're in a tornado warning, we'll be looking at it though. Latest scan here, seeing still some rotation here in this area. I do want to check that on the storm relative. Yeah, looks like that strongest area of rotation is right in this area. Still approaching areas like Rolla, Bush Creek, Thiel, and Lander still. It's like Leola is going to be on the more of the RFD of the storm, so some gustier winds could still be possible there. This area of rotation is still broad and weak. There south of Little Rock, it doesn't seem to be organizing overly too quickly there, so that's good news. Let's come back down here to Louisiana, just check in on this guy again. Still a little bit of circulation on the southern side. That northern side, though, is pretty much gone. Still no debris ball with this. And Fisk, Concord, and Lark are still the next ones in the path. It's like Goodwill, though, come out of their safe spots. You want to check back in with this broader circulation here. Yeah. Still nothing concerning there. We'll see. At least right now, we're not seeing, widespread tornadic activity. You know what's interesting though is that the storms that have like the highest tornado threat at this moment also have the most lightning. This one has a lot of lightning in it. We're gonna go and get a cam back over there, so at least we can see some lightning with one of our cams. Let me just double check where Benton, Arkansas is, so I know exactly. Okay, so Wind Dancer Media. Let me see if they're like out and about yet. Okay, so yeah, they are driving. So they're near Benton. So they're kind of near these storms. So I'll probably put them under us. Probably be able to see some of that lightning from them eventually. They're on the highway where we would be checking out anyways, so I'll put them underneath me. They're live on YouTube, by the way, if you guys want to check them out. Saw a video of someone filming a tornado from their porch as a tornado was tearing apart his house. Yeah, I do not recommend doing that. Not a very smart move there. Yeah, so we do have another kind of stronger area of circulation in this tornado warning again here south of Rolla. Landers would be after that. Still want you guys in your safe spots there, please, as that rotation is still trying to do stuff. Also, a little interesting storm starting to fire in this region. A little bit more discreet. Oh my gosh, this one actually has a decent area of rotation. And we might have to watch these guys over here. That's actually not. Yeah, that's pretty close to being tornadic there, actually, near Emmanuel. Keep an eye on that. A little bit more discrete cells. They come closer to this better shear environment. They might try to do something as well. We'll see. Little areas everywhere, man. That's kind of been the theme. Little areas of rotation, in and around in a lot of different regions, and then just this one area here that's got a little bit stronger rotation with it in here, but still not seeing a debris ball with it, thankfully. Let's come back down over here towards Louisiana, just to the east of Bastrop. So rotation's actually getting a little bit stronger as the latest scan. Still not overly concerned about that. But still a little bit of rotation there. I definitely would consider the people that are down the line here in like Lark, Concord, to still be respecting the storm. Treating it like it can do some tornadoes. It's not on the strong side, but the rotation is technically increasing on that storm slightly.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued for this storm we were talking about over here. And yeah, decent little area of circulation still exists. No debris ball just yet. But yeah, radar indicated rotation. This is going to be going towards Amira, Stuttgart, Ulm, Monroe. You guys are going to be next in line here for this area of rotation. That is, getting stronger each scan. A little bit of something showing up here. I think that's clear air. And we'll keep a close eye on that for Stuttgart and Rowe. How long am I going to be up tonight? Well, I mean, if there looks like, if we still have areas of decent rotation on storms, I mean, I woke up at like 6 p.m. because we were up until about 10:30 or about 11:30 a.m. this morning, covering the hurricane going through Houston. So I mean, it's really just going to depend on my energy levels, which are still pretty good right now. But I mean, that 14-hour stream definitely did a number on me, but I'm hanging in there. Definitely still got enough energy for now. I mean, I don't think I'm going to get tired. I think it just mainly depends on like my voice Still monitoring these little circulations over here south of Little Rock. Still not really doing anything overly concerning. Let's check back down here with this storm. Yeah. Looks like this is occluding into the storm, and then we might have a new area trying to form here south of Poyen. Kind of similar to how the storm looked before it got tornado warned. So it might be doing a cycle. This is going to be occluding into the storm, and then this is going to be our new area of circulation there in that region. Still not seeing a debris ball, but got to monitor this area to see if it's going to try to tighten up again. And we're back to 3 tornado warnings again. Yeah, still a little bit of circulation here. Latest scan. It's not going away, technically. Yeah, and the newest scan puts it here south of 835 near Lark. Again, this is in northeastern, extreme northeastern Louisiana there. Lark should continue to be in their safe spots. Yeah, latest scan with the storm, still a decent area of circulation there. Not really sure. I think it's a little bit weaker than it was, actually. Yeah, it's a little bit weaker, so a slight downtrend in that area of rotation. I wonder if these storms, even like near the Arkansas-Mississippi state line, might try to rotate. They might be too far away from that shear environment to really do much. Hey, thank you, Cags and Bacon, for the 2. I do appreciate it. Yeah, I'm smoothing. Yeah, I smoothed the reflectivity. Yeah, unless there's something that like if we have like really strong rotation and a debris ball, I turn the smoothing off to double check. But I just feel like it's a better overall experience for somebody that's not really used to radar to have it smoothed, and then I unsmooth it if investigation needs to happen. Could I have a look at Springs Village? I don't know where that is. Yeah, I try not to answer questions when I don't have time to, because when I answer them about specific cities, then I start getting a bunch of questions, and then we start worrying about forecasts down the line rather than the cities that are actually in the tornado warning. So just hold off on those questions for now. If we ever get a period where we don't have any tornado warnings again, we'll be answering more about down the line. But I mean, you should know generally where you live on the map. If you don't, you can pull up your Google Maps and kind of search the cities that we're talking about, turn on your location on Google Maps, and then see where you are in relation to it. Yeah, Stuttgart does have an active warning, and they still need to be in their safe spots there. Just waiting on some of this new radar data to come in. Yeah, latest data on this storm, still an area of broader circulation here. So that new kind of handoff area of rotation is still trying to develop, but it's not organized. It's still pretty much on the broader side. Essentially what we have here is a gust front pushing up towards Prattsville, and some air kind of pushing around that area as well. Let's come back over to here. Latest scan on the storm. Still have an area of circulation over here near Almira. Still not seeing any definite debris balls there. Stuttgart and Ulm are going to be next in line here in Arkansas. Yeah, the storms near Memphis certainly are going to be packing potentially some severe punch, but I'm not seeing any rotation that's like overly concerning me right now on any of these storms. I'm more concerned about these storms that are inching closer to a better shear environment in this area. They kind of travel off to the east northeast or east west northwest. I'm going to be keeping an eye on those for some tornadic potential there. But let's come back down here to Louisiana, check in on these guys. Yeah, still doing pretty well. Still doing pretty well. Rotation's actually getting a little bit weaker as of this latest scan. They'll probably let this expire unless that tries to pick back up there. I'd be surprised if they extended this. Stuttgart. Okay, thank you. What's mesoanalysis saying? Let me check it out. And we'll see what the environment's looking like out there. Thermodynamics. Mesoanalysis is saying capped environment for the most part. Slowly starting to get a little bit more capped. Still plenty of instability. Definitely still a chance for tornadoes. I mean, the wind shear is 30 to 50 knots. I would say where the storms are, though, about 30 to 35 knots. So that's still decent lower level winds. Still decent upper level winds as well. See what the surface is looking like. Yeah. Lots of vorticity, or lots of backing at the surface, too. And the bases of the storms are low to the ground. So it's really not going to take much to push these storms into tornado mode. So definitely got to still stay vigilant and keep an eye on these storms for sure. But I mean, we haven't had a confirmed tornado, at least on radar, in a really long time. We keep on getting a lot of these circulations that get close, but not, a bit close, but no cigar, technically. These, thankfully, these storms have not been allowed to smoke a cigar yet, or at least for a while. So we'll keep an eye on it. Definitely still keeping a close eye on the storms. See how it develops. Because all it takes is for that one flip or that one switch to get flipped, and then all of a sudden you start seeing confirmed tornado after confirmed tornado. We're kind of in a down period right now, and even in the down period, we're still kind of seeing a couple areas of circulation get pretty darn close. So we'll see if that is the trend going into the future, or if these storms are going to eventually start to pick up in intensity, pick up in rotation, and then actually start to produce some more tornadoes. So we'll see. Jinx. Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't matter what I say. Yeah. If I could do anything to control this weather in any way positive, I totally would try to help you guys out here in Arkansas. Latest scans out here with these little areas of circulation still very weak there. This guy over here looks like it might be doing another occlusion. I'm gonna get some pretty serious side lobe contamination on this storm. Main area I'm still watching is over here near Prattsville, which is still relatively broad at this moment. And thank you, T-Wiz, for the $9.99. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Over here near Stuttgart, still have a decent little area of circulation. Still trying. Here north of Almira. No debris ball on it just yet, but that is going to come pretty close to Stuttgart. Still on its approach. Looks like its current trajectory would put it in between Stuttgart and Ulm, Arkansas. Come back down here just to double check. Yeah, they're going to let that tornado warning expire. Unless some new circulation develops. Yeah, keeping a close eye on these guys out here that are getting closer to this better shear environment. Right around where these storms are right now, that's where the shear environment is. And if we get some mature cells like start to come pretty close to that line, we might see some of these more discrete cells try to become a little bit more tornadic later on down the line. Yeah, we shall see. The main area, though, that we're focused on is around the Little Rock area, Clarendon, DeWitt, Pine Bluff, Camden, up there near Mayflower, Conway, and Searcy. Also, Russellville, potentially further down the line there as well for a tornado threat still. All right, let's go check to see what Wind Dancer Media is up to. Blondie, any updates on where they are? Which storm they're going towards? They're in Arkansas, I know that. They were in Benton. They are moving, so I'm wondering where they're going. They don't have a fancy stream set up like some of our other chasers, but they do great work. Definitely a lot of lightning showing up on their stream. So they must be near this. They must be near the storms somewhat, because there really isn't much lightning on any of these storms except for this one. And they must be somewhere in this region, if I had to guess, because there's no other lightning really anywhere else. Yeah, still trying to see this thing cycle here in this portion of the storm. Also, still a little bit of a broad occluding rotation back here as well. You can kind of see that kind of hook around on the backside there. And then right in there, there's definitely an area of circulation still there. Not very strong circulation. A little bit on the broad side. Still no debris ball. So we'll see if they'll extend this warning or not. They did at least warn part of this storm, though, for 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Benton, there in Arkansas, which is where Wind Dancer Media is. Benton's getting a big lightning storm right now. Yeah, you can see that lightning actually here on Wind Dancer Media here. They are in and around the Benton area. They can't be that far away from it. I would assume they're traveling south, but it's really hard to get where their location is. They're near the river center. Okay, thank you. Yeah, what is everybody seeing right now in terms of their weather in their area? Also interested in reports coming out of like the Texarkana region and near Hope. Are you guys experiencing those gustier winds right now? Experiencing any power outages in this area? This is where that center of the tropical depression is. Probably the most intense winds of around 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts would be here. Yeah, still not seeing any debris being lofted. And there you go. That tornado warning here with this storm has officially been allowed to expire. And also update over in Louisiana. That one has been allowed to expire. We are back down to one tornado warning here. Interested. This cell is looking interesting here. Okay, yeah. And that only tornado warning that's left here is here near Stuttgart and Arkansas. And that area of rotation is getting a little bit weaker. Seeing another area of rotation form near DeWitt, Arkansas. No debris ball on it. But if that tries to organize, they might throw a warning on that one too. It's pretty close to being at that threshold. If we come over here to the relative velocities, you can see that it's actually a decently tight area of circulation there, just to the north of DeWitt. So we'll keep an eye on that one. A little broad view of Arkansas for a little bit. Good evening, welcome. Hopefully everybody has had somewhat of a okay day today. I know anxiety levels are probably a little bit high, but I promise we'll try our best to keep you as calm as possible here. Can these tornadoes be done so I can go to sleep? I don't need to go to sleep. I would like to go to sleep at around like 2 a.m. So that's what I'm planning on. Unless like there is just If there's like a bunch of tornado warnings go ongoing, then I'll probably stay up. Because technically speaking, I could stay up all the way until 10 a.m. if I wanted to, because I changed my sleep schedule for Beryl's landfall. So technically, I could stay up all the way into 10 a.m., but I would really prefer not to miss another tornado outbreak. So I'm gonna try to get my sleep schedule back tonight. At least that's the plan. But Mother Nature don't really care about my sleep schedule, so we'll see if she'll behave. Yeah, lots of lightning here near Benton. This is really the only storm that has a decent amount of lightning, at least in like where the tornado threat is the highest. There is a lot of lightning near Memphis too, in Tennessee. Also near Clarksdale, Mississippi. Heavy rain in Little Rock by Sherwood. Yeah, that's going to continue on and off for a while. It's really going to pick up, though, once this portion of the storm comes into Little Rock. Really hoping these circulations behave. Still have some broader circulation here near Poyen and Prattsville, even though this isn't warned at the moment. We're still monitoring this storm for tighter circulations. It hasn't been able to drop a tornado, at least according to radar here, that I can confirm. But I still have the tendency to believe that this storm is going to try still. Let's come back over here, check with Stuttgart. I haven't had a latest velocity scan in a while. Okay, there it is. Yeah, still a little area of circulation here. Still no debris ball. They're continuing this warning. Still radar indicated. Stuttgart and Ulm are in the direct path, are in the closest path to this tornado warning. Row, I think you're going to be okay. And we're still monitoring this little area of circulation here, where there still is some rotation, but it is a little bit weaker as the latest scan. Do want to check back over here with some of these storms a little bit uh, closer to like the Memphis and yeah. But thankfully, still no rotations with those guys. One near Clarksdale, though, might eventually try to do something, so we'll see. It is kind of doing the same thing that this one near Stuttgart did, which is kind of meander towards some of the better shear environment that is over here. You're in Hot Springs, a few blocks from downtown. Can you go to bed? I'd still stay up. I don't think the tornado threat is over for Hot Springs. But once this main portion of the line moves through Hot Springs, you will be done. So about 20 to 30 minutes left. Also, be watching out for some flooding potential. You are in a flood warning. Little area of circulation here north of Walton Springs on the weak side there, north and west of Little Rock. Thank you, Dennis, for the 10. I appreciate that. You're in Hot Springs, just rain, much needed. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you guys don't get any more tornadoes tonight, this is definitely some beneficial rain for your area too. So hopefully the tornadoes, we're not talking about another, uptick in the tornado threat. We'll be monitoring Beryl. Yeah, definitely keep on monitoring Beryl. You guys are going to be in a 2% tornado risk tomorrow in Ohio, so that's a good idea. Flooding situation looking behind the storm. Not many areas are flooding, but we did just get a new flash flood warning for like Arkadelphia, Sparkman, Caddo Valley, and Hot Springs. And, the main area where flooding is going to be possible is in this region of the storm still with, a decent amount of rain there. If we look at the 1 hour total precip here, I mean, we're getting in some of these spots almost 2 to 3 inches per hour out of this storm, which is quite a lot. Thank you, Dennis G, for becoming an EF1 member. Welcome. Welcome to the Fry family. Glad to have you. NATOcast still shows a 10%. Yeah, NATOcast got this spot on. Today. So I think we'll believe NATOcast next forecast. Let me check what NATOcast is saying now. About today. And there hasn't been a new forecast for today. A 10% there in Indiana, Illinois. So this is going to be tomorrow. Again, which is a little bit more conditional of a threat, but NATOcast is kind of zeroing in on an area here, parts of Kentucky, southern Indiana, and Illinois for a 10% tornado threat there. So based off of NATOcast performance today, we'll trust that. As you can see, it nailed it. This was its forecast for today, which was way more bullish than the SPC, and it nailed it pretty darn good. But sometimes NATOcast says some crazy stuff, and it doesn't ever happen. But this time it got it right. It's an AI kind of forecasting program. It's very interesting. Will this storm reach Springfield, Missouri? It's going to get close. But you know, the worst impacts from this storm should go to your east. Yeah, it's a tornado forecasting AI. Also forecasts other things as well, like wind gusts, and I think hail as well. Yeah, still keeping an eye on this storm here south of Wayne. Got an interesting look to it, but I mean, it hasn't really gotten too much rotation, but you can see it's kind of getting under the influence here of that upper level jet at least. You can see that precipitation spreading out, but really not rotating near the surface still. Let's give an update here near Stuttgart. Yeah, this area of rotation is pretty much gone. I'm not overly concerned about it anymore, but I'm still keeping an eye on this one near DeWitt. Just looking still pretty interesting. No debris ball on it just yet, but yeah, the pattern continues here of just a lot of little areas of rotation and nothing overly concerning in terms of definite tornado on the ground just yet. It's been a while. Is Dardanelle under a warning? I don't think so, no. It's like a really small city. Let me see if you're in this severe thunderstorm warning. No. You're anxious in North Little Rock. It's understandable. You got some dangerous portions of this storm coming your way. But I promise we'll keep you up to date and we'll let you know if you need to do anything. I promise. A little update on this part of the storm in terms of its rotation. Still a little broad circulation there trying to do something, but it's remaining pretty broad. It's pretty similar to what happened with the part of the storm that was over here south of Hot Springs as it kind of became more broad and less concerning for rotations, but still keep an eye on it. Kind of seems like there might be some sort of rain-cooled air kind of working in. Might be shutting off some of these storms' access to more unstable air, but we probably still got to watch these storms south of Pine Bluff. And in fact, there's a little area of circulation starting to form here south of Double Wells, which is interesting. Yeah, look at that. It's actually a pretty tight area of circulation there. No debris ball on that just yet, but I'd watch out in double wells. If that really strengthens really any more, they might throw a tornado warning on that one. And looks like they allowed that tornado warning to expire there near Stuttgart. Going to bed. All right. See you later. Thank you for tuning in. Is the storm going to hit Jonesboro bad? Not really. I mean, you guys are still technically in the tornado threat there, but it's a lower tornado threat. You've been tracking weather all day, and you were tracking weather all day yesterday. We have 4 active warnings, but only 1 in the United States. And that's the severe thunderstorm warning. But yeah, no active tornado warnings right now. But that could change if this area of circulation continues to strengthen here. Yeah, I mean, a little tornado could certainly happen underneath a couplet like that. You look at the storm relative, you can see we have these these brighter reds next to these lighter greens. That area is trying to plant a tornado, most likely there. Can't confirm it definitely on the correlation coefficient, but it is certainly trying to develop some stronger rotation. So I'd be ready to go to your safe spots there at Double Wells and Sulphur Springs. Hopefully, it's like all of its cousins and brothers that have tried to rotate recently and is brief and doesn't do anything. But because, again, we haven't had a tornado like actually confirmed via radar in quite a while. How long am I streaming for? As long as needed. I mean, I could go all the way to 10 a.m. if I like absolutely have to. You know, things really start to get out of hand. Not usually a Nighthawk, but you know, in this scenario, oh wow, we actually have no warnings in the entire United States. All warnings have been allowed to expire. No severe thunderstorm warnings and no tornado warnings. But yeah, yeah. Typically, I do not go live this often, this late. But you know, just given the fact that we had that really early morning landfall linked hurricane, I changed my sleep schedule. A little bit of tighter circulation trying to form here near natural steps. Not very strong right now, but you can definitely tell that this thing is trying to hook up here. Got a little bit of that inflow pulling into it as well, and that circulation and that rain wrapping around it. It's not strong rotation right now, but hopefully, you know, it kind of continues the pattern here of some, quicker spin ups, but nothing overly concerning. Oh, wow. That is very close to producing a tornado there. Yep. That's going to get tornado warned very shortly. Double Wells, Sulphur Springs, I'd be in your safe spots. Yeah, that's going pretty much towards Double Wells. So if you live in Double Wells, Arkansas, you need to be in your safe spots. That is looking like it might try to drop a tornado here. Hopefully they throw a warning on that. Oh, it's on the ground. We got an unwarned tornado on the ground going towards Double Wells. You guys need to be in your safe spots. That is on the ground. A tornado on the ground in Arkansas going directly towards Double Wells. This is unwarned. You guys need to be in your safe spots. Please. Right there, it's pretty much over Huntley Trail and Lewis Lane. You can see there's that debris ball clear as day. Velocity couplet right under that. Yeah, that's 100% a tornado. And this is some strong circulation. This is actually some pretty strong circulation. Let's go to the storm relative. Yeah. You can really tell in the storm relative. Got those brighter reds, brighter greens, debris ball right under it. That's going directly towards double wells. You guys aren't
A
under a
new
tornado.
tornado
Oh, there it
warning
is.
has been issued.
Okay, a tornado warning has been issued for double wells, Sulphur Springs, Dolestown, Oakland Heights, Midway, Clear Lake, Center Grove, Ebb, Eastwood, Walnut Ridge, and Redfield all need to be in their safe spots. Wow. This is actually kind of pointed at the Little Rock area. It's going to be a pretty long time before that gets to you, but I think even parts of southern Little Rock, if Wrightsville's in Little Rock, is going to be in the path of this. But yeah, they're saying observed, and I agree. This is a, yep, this is a tornado on the ground here. It's pretty decently strong tornado here, pushing up the double wells. You can see there's that debris ball, clear as day, about to push into the double wells area. Please be in your safe spots there. Again, that's the lowest, most interior room of your house. There's many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. Again, this is a tornado that is down. It's down and it's causing damage right now. That's why we can see it on the debris ball scan. When you see these bright blues, that indicates that there is a tornado on the ground picking up trees, car parts, tree limbs, grass, little dirt, debris is being picked up in the storm, and that's what's showing up here as this blue debris ball. That is exactly where the tornado is located. So please, if you live in double wells, be in your safe spots. This thing's going to be in double wells pretty quickly. This thing's moving at a pretty quick pace here. If this thing makes it up to 270 near Pine Bluff, let me see if there's a camera in that area. Yeah, there's a camera near Whitehall, and then there's one in Wrightsville. Yeah, right there, strong circulation. Oh no. Yeah, we got a pretty decently large debris ball here, just about to move into double wells. Again, that's a decent sized tornado about to push right through the city. Again, if you live in double wells, you need to be in your safe spots. This could be on the stronger side of tornadoes here, about to push into your city. Again, this is Double Wells, Arkansas, just to the west of Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Yeah, still got a strong couplet with this storm as well. And that is not good. That is not good. You guys need to be in your safe spots, which again is the lowest, most interior room of your house with as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible, a tornado shelter or a basement that's underground. Also noticing some circulations over here. They're not as tight entering into Pine Bluff, but they are there. So keeping an eye on that. Yeah, it's also showing up on reflectivity. You're right. Yep. Yeah, you can see it really clearly there, pushing into double wells. Not good. That is not good. I really hope this lifts. I don't think this is like a super populated area, but yeah, there's a couple. I mean, there's a decent amount of folks that live here. I really hope this lifts soon. This one kind of looks like one that might stay on the ground for a little bit. Just waiting on that latest radar scan to come in. Down the line is going to be Redfield and just to the west of Whitehall here along 530. I do have a camera there in Whitehall in Arkansas, so let me go ahead and bring that up just in the background here. This is near Whitehall. We'll see if we can see any power flashes in the path of this. It's probably all we'll see. I don't think the tornado is going to go into Whitehall. Yeah, I'll put that up underneath me. So we had that latest radar scan in. Yeah, unfortunately, it does appear that this went directly into double wells. There's that debris ball still ongoing. Still a decent velocity couplet. This is still most likely on the ground, pushing up to the north towards Lee Springs Road. Wow. This is what I've been saying, things seem calm, and then all of a sudden that flip gets switched, and then all of a sudden we start seeing these tornadoes pop up again. And what's happening in this area is we're probably getting an increase there in that lower level shear as we get into nighttime hours. And you might see a couple more of these storms try to do something. A little interesting signal over there near Pine Bluff. It's kind of weird, though. I don't think that's anything. Just double checking. Yeah, it's looking like it's either direct hit or very close to a direct hit there. Either went right over double wells. I mean, all of this area is double wells, so technically, yeah, that's a direct hit. Is it heading to Little Rock? If it stays on the ground or tries to recycle, it will eventually, this storm in particular, will eventually make a close pass to Little Rock. Yes. Yeah, so we have the latest reflectivity scan. This tornado would be here if it's still on the ground. Still a little bit of a debris ball there, not as definite as it was. Seeing a little bit of that debris spread, but this thing is still most likely still on the ground here, just to the north and west now of Double Wells, still pushing off to the north towards Lee Springs Road. And then Doylestown's going to be next in line here in Arkansas. So please continue to be in your safe spots. It's not good. Up there in this northern storm, we were watching. That rotation kind of died there. Just letting you guys know. Yeah, not seeing any other areas that are particularly concerning yet. Another little area of some tighter circulation trying to form here. Some broader circulation in the Pine Bluff area, but it does not appear like that is tight enough yet to produce a tornado. Latest velocity scans on this is weakening. There's still a little bit of a debris ball, but that is most likely debris spread. It's pretty possible that is off the ground at this point, but I mean, we still have a deep debris ball, so are deep enough debris ball to say it could still be on the ground. So I still want Lee Springs Road, 190 Doylestown and Prague to be continuing to be in their safe spots as this thing approaches here, and then down the line Redfield. Yeah, this is passing pretty close to our camera. Our camera's in Whitehall. Let's kind of check in on that. Apparently, a police officer just drove by. Probably going to the area of impact in Double Wells, if I had to guess. It might pass. I mean, this is looking to the north, so we might see it. If it's looking to the north, and that means it's technically kind of looking where this thing will eventually pass over the road, if it's still on the ground at the time, but it might be in the process of lifting. We'll have to wait for the latest scan. Yeah, I agree. That tornado could have certainly been strong at one point. It was up there in the velocities for sure. It'll be rain wrapped, yeah. I mean, we could still maybe see power flashes because it's not too far. I mean, this camera would be about 5 miles from the circulation, so you might see a power flash, but most likely we probably won't see it. Latest scan is coming in here. Noticing a little bit more rotation starting to pick up in the Pine Bluff area, northeastern Pine Bluff. No debris ball with that yet, but keeping an eye on it. Yeah, we're dealing with debris spread out here. Rotation is not as tight. I think this thing has lifted, but just in case it does try to recycle up to the north near Redfield, I would still be in your safe spots. Also, noticing this rotation making another attempt try to organize. It's a little bit broader, but it is trying to tighten up there as well. That's going to be heading up to the north towards Bryant and Alexandria. And also, we got a couple areas of some rotation trying to form back here as well. 1, 2, right there. So a little broader circulation there in Pine Bluff. One there, one there, one there. So yeah, here we go. Looks like that switch was flipped. That nighttime threat is starting to materialize, unfortunately. Thank you, Cags and Bacon, for the 5. I do appreciate it. Hopefully these rotations are on the briefer side, but we've seen this happen multiple times in the past, and typically when that little flip gets, or that switch gets flipped, it's usually an indication that the lower level shear is increasing. We got plenty of backing in this area, and this is kind of the area of the storm where we're expecting that tornado threat to continue. So hopefully those rotations don't really do too much in and around the Pine Bluff region, but we're going to be keeping a very close eye on it for Pine Bluff and Little Rock as these storms continue. Yeah, there's plenty of shear in this area. The environment's a little capped, but when you have this much shear, the storms can still rotate and drop tornadoes. Here in Conway, is it staying strong for this way? It could. I mean, again, as these storms approach Little Rock, if that lower level shear is truly increasing, we're going to see probably multiple attempts of some of these storms to try to rotate, maybe produce a tornado. So like Little Rock, Mayflower, Conway, as this approaches, we'll have a better understanding of what it's going to do. But for now, just be super weather aware. And I would be, just prepared to go into your safe spots if required to. You don't need to be going there now, but if these storms continue to rotate and tighten up with their rotations, we might get multiple tornado warnings, or this could be just kind of a one-off thing. We'll see. Hopefully, it's just a one-off thing. Latest scan here, though, that rotation is definitely broadened out. So I still kind of in the opinion here that this is lifted, but we're still seeing some debris. Oh wow, that might have been decently strong. Look at all this. This is all debris spreading out here, I think. Oh, never mind. That's in the clear air. So all of this is the debris spreading out. I mean, technically that could be debris there, but it's also in the clear air, so it could also just be the clear air contamination. But there's definitely some debris still spreading out from the storm, which I think the tornado has lifted at this point. Still monitoring this rotation over there. Gonna gander over here at in the Memphis area just to make sure these storms aren't doing anything they're not supposed to. Okay, yeah, we're still doing pretty well. Also still keeping an eye on this area of circulation near Mayflower. Still hasn't tightened up though. It's just been kind of some broader circulation for a while. But yeah, that's the latest here on the storms. We'll continue to keep an eye on them. Let's check back in with this camera, which again is somewhat near the storm right now. Still see a lot of lightning in the area. Oh, wow. They dropped that tornado warning like a hot potato there. Holy moly. We're back to 0 tornado warnings just like that. But the fact I mean, the whole pattern, for the past 2 hours has been some tornado warnings, some circulations. So we definitely got to be on the lookout for these circulations being a little bit more successful over the next hour or so for tornadoes. Yeah, if you're just now tuning in, we just had a confirmed tornado go through the Double Wells area. If you know anybody that lives in Double Wells, Arkansas, you need to be checking in on them. Yeah, I mean, these other rotations are broadening out. They're still there, but there's a lot of little supercells in this area kind of clustering together. So hopefully that keeps their tornado potential a little bit lower. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. That one just came out of nowhere. So, I definitely want everybody further down the line here, like Little Rock, Stuttgart, Lone Oak, Cabot, Mayflower, and also Conway to be prepared. How's this storm doing? Is it still behaving? It is. Okay. Be prepared down the line here. We'll keep an eye on all these little rotations. If we see anything that really sticks out, we'll let you know. But as of right now, we don't have any strong areas of rotation. Get a couple of broader areas, one here still. Another one there as well. A little broad area here north of Pine Bluff. This one's pretty much gone. It was a quick tornado there. But yeah, nothing like tight. No tight rotations, like tornado imminent rotations right now. Yeah, hopefully everybody there in Double Bear or Double Wells is okay. Here's a more broad view of the storm. Well, that one's not a very good radar anymore, is it? Never mind. Okay, here's an Arkansas view of the storm here. You can see over here near Jonesboro, we do have some storms approaching from the south. These should stay, relatively tame in terms of the tornado threat. We're watching these cells over here to see how they interact with this increased shear out in front of the line. This line, at least according to very recent history here, is the portion of the line that is going to have that capability of producing tornadoes. And yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. This portion of the line I'm not overly concerned about anymore. It's really just this area right here. Near the Pine Bluff area. It seems like wherever we start to get an increased amount of lightning activity, that's where our most of our tornadoes have been happening here. Seems like once I wonder what the cloud tops here are. Yeah, we also got to watch cloud tops. Seems like as soon as one of these storms gets mature enough to tap into that upper level shear, they try to produce. Clock is frozen again. Yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I have zero idea how to fix that. And it's not the website either, because I was using a different website for the clock. Let's check the latest velocities here. Yeah, still a couple areas of broader circulation. Those storms, broader circulation here still. A little bit of broader circulation popping up there as well. Lots of things on the cusp. What's happening over here? Maybe a little bit of tighter circulation there. Kind of seems like side lobe contamination. I'm going to want to wait for one more scan on that guy. South of Rob Roy, though. If that ends up being a legitimate signal, that could be some stronger rotation developing there. Site OBS gets upset with that web page not being in focus. In Malvern, can you go to bed? I'll check that really quick since we have no tornado warnings. Yeah, you're going to be good to go. Good to go. Tornado threat is to your north now. Yeah, some stronger winds, at least with this portion of the storm, are going to be pushing up into the Little Rock area. Also, a little bit of rotation over here near Bryant, but It's on the weak side. We've been seeing these little weak, little spinny things happening over here in Northwest a Little Rock, but they haven't really been organizing to do too much just yet. When can Low Note go to bed? Pretty much whenever they're like, because I think you guys are in one of these areas of some heavier rain. Once that quits, you're done. Once the rain really starts to settle down, you'll be good. At least if you're in the line, if you're in this line right now, but like for like Little Rock and areas to the north that haven't really gotten any of this line yet, it's still kind of just a wait and see. Okay, starting to see another little area here of some stronger circulation. It's a little bit on the broad side still. And this one's still there too, near Matting and Lake Dick. I tried so hard. I tried. I put all of the mental capacity that I have left into not smiling at that. I tried. I apologize. I tried very hard. Trying to stay serious. And that city name is not helping. Yeah, over here near is there any way I can like zoom into here and that not be in focus? There we go. Okay. Perfect. All right. Um yeah, still not seeing a debris ball here near matting, but we do have an area here of increased rotation right there that I'm still keeping an eye on. This one over here is still relatively broad. Also have another area of rotation trying to form near Oakland Heights. Do you want to check to see? Yeah, no correlation coefficient there. Although that's a little bit behind, actually. I had to see where that rotation goes. It's a little interesting signal up there, but I think it's in the clear air. Yeah, it's in the clear air. That's nothing. Just had to double check. We could probably pull up some cams south of Little Rock and get a view of some of this lightning, maybe. Yeah, all these little storms here are kind of merging together. I'm wondering if when the merging stops, if we're going to start to see a little bit more rotations here, or what. 'Cause so far, so good. We're seeing some tighter areas of circulation form, but nothing like that are past that threshold of imminent tornado concern. Whitehall. This is actually the view from Whitehall, Arkansas. I got some stronger winds and rain, but that should quit here very soon. You guys are pretty much done with the tornado threat after that rain subsides. There are still some circulations nearby you, but I think most of them are missing you right now. And this is the view from Whitehall. Just a lot of lightning. Seems like the rain is calming down. What's going on in that cam? Just a lot of lightning. A lot of lightning. Just was using it as a visual example for that question that was asked. It's a little supercell happening over here. Still no tight areas of circulation, though, with that. Interesting little pop-up area of something there. Overly concerned. Some gustier winds. Broader circulation still exists over here, just to the west of Cheryl. Free ball on that, thankfully. Whoa. Okay, that's in a clear slot. Okay, just making sure. I don't think that's a debris ball. As you can see, we got a lot of clear air here. There's a little couplet thing there, but that reflectivity would start to pop up over that if that was legitimate. I don't think it is. Let me see how it's well, and that kind of seems like a tornado on the ground, though. I'll
A
tell
new
you what.
tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning has been issued over here. That's going to be for this broad area of circulation. This is radar indicated. We're watching for a tornado for the storm. If you live out in front of the storm, they're in Redfield and Keogh. You guys need to be going to your safe spots. Redfield, unfortunately, you're going to have to go back into your safe spots. This one's also going to come pretty close to you. Yeah, it's weird. It's a really weird signal coming out of that storm because it looks like a tornado debris signature. It's acting like a tornado debris signature. It might have been a brief tornado, but could also be just some contamination. Just one of those things that we will never know, I don't think. It's in an area of some clear air. Let's see what the DBZs are under there. Yeah, 20 DBZs is usually not enough to confirm. So I don't know. I don't know what we just witnessed there. That could have been a brief tornado there north of Lake Dig. I don't know. But yeah. It's not there anymore. But there is still a decent little area of circulation down here as well that we're keeping an eye on. And the one that just got warned is, oh gosh, I think that's a brief tornado here near Pastoria. That's most likely a brief tornado right in this region here. Little couplet underneath it, a pretty tight little couplet there. Let's look at the latest storm relative. Yeah, right in there. A little bit of a debris ball. It's a little bit displaced, and the debris ball isn't super deep. I want to wait one more scan, but that could be the beginnings of a tornado. I'm not 100% certain. It's not. It's just underneath that threshold of being able to be like, yep, that's 100% a tornado. That debris ball would need to last for one more scan. Let me check the last scan before that. Yeah, I mean, shoot, that might have been. It might have started there south of Pastoria and is now starting to pick up more debris. It's subtly on there. But again, you know, you're looking for blue colors, not green colors in the debris scans. Yeah, that's on the ground near Pastoria. That's on the ground. That was a weak tornado there. Holy moly! I guess it's just not picking up that much debris, but that scan makes it definite there. It's another tornado on the ground.
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Yep, there's that confirmation. There in Pastoria, right, you're next in line. Yeah, it's going just to the west of Pastoria. It's still on the ground, just passed over Pimpkin Glover Road and is moving up towards Earl Chaddock Road. guys need to be in your safe spots there. Little township in Arkansas. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, seems like I think we can certainly say with certainty that that flip's been switched. Still gotta watch these storms pretty darn closely. Yeah, still on the ground, heading up towards right. Still want you guys to be in your safe spots. It's about to pass over Earl Shattuck Road. Trying to get my we haven't done Tor Sim in a while, and I'm trying to get it up here. This is the estimated location of this tornado. Let me make this a little bit smaller, given that this is probably a smaller tornado. Is it so fat? Probably a skinnier tornado at this moment. Ah, okay, just went back to where it was. Just to the east of Pastoria, probably right in our estimated location is right about here, near Long Pond Creek, heading pretty close to Watkins Cemetery, and then right is down the line here. And as you can see on radar underneath me, there's still a little bit of a debris ball here, right in this region, heading towards Earl Shattuck Road next. You guys need to be continuing to be in your safe spots here. Wright, Redfield, and Keogh as well all need to be in their safe spots. And there's that estimated location. Once we get a new once we get a new estimated area, or if this thing continues to be on the ground, which it might not be. I mean, after this scan, that seems like the rotation is weakening a little bit. Also noticing another stronger area of circulation here to the east of Wright too. Keeping a close eye on that. That might try to produce as well. We'll see if a little debris ball pops up. It looked very similar to what this one near Pastoria looked like. But, I mean, this area of rotation, as you can tell, is a lot weaker than this one. Be interesting to see if that debris ball is still there. But the latest scan, there still was a debris ball. Estimated area of that tornado is pretty much right here, kind of over a field near Long Pond Creek, heading towards Earl Shattuck Road, Williams Cemetery, or Watkins Cemetery, and Wright need to be in their safe spots as you guys are next in line. Let me rotate this a little bit. Oops, a little bit better here, so we can still see Wright. Let's come back over to the radar, check for the latest scan. Yeah, still a little bit of a debris ball there. That could be debris spread, or it could still be on the ground. A little bit of an easterly jog towards Earl Shattuck Road still. So that would kind of move this kind of over in this area if it's still on the ground, but it's also a possibility that this is debris spreading out on radar as well. So this thing could have lifted or is in the process of lifting. And that is right there near Earl Shattuck Road. Yeah, right in there. I mean, there's still a little bit of a couplet in there. Check that storm relative. Yeah, not the strongest area of rotation. I'm pretty sure we're dealing with debris spread out here. I mean, there's still a little bit of a debris signal, but that's now in that's now in the inflow of the storm. So I think this is lifted. I think that was just a brief tornado there. Yeah, that's the second tornado we've had on the ground in the past hour there. So it does seem like the environment is certainly getting a little bit more tornadic again as this line of storms are approaching Little Rock. I do want to check some of these other areas just to see what we got going on here. Maybe a little bit of rotation forming here north of Stuttgart. There, got to keep an eye on that. Another one down here as well, south of Humphrey. Some broader circulation over here near Altheimer. And you can actually see that there's a hook on this storm here with that inflow wrapping in right in that region. And that rotation's pretty weak though. So not really comfortable saying, at least from a radar perspective, that I can 100% confirm this right now. But we'll see what the next scan says. Going to bed. All right. Thank you for tuning in. I do appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Yeah, we do our best to keep you guys informed. Glad you guys are finding it helpful. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. First tornado season for you. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Let's come back over to this camera. It kind of has a view of the back of the storm. It's not overly far away from this tornado warning. I'm wondering if any power flashes might show up. If it's still on the ground. Man, that seemed like, I can't tell if those are lightning bolts. Some of them kind of seem suspicious, like it's emanating from the ground, but I think that's just the way that the clouds are shaped in this area. Conway still needs to be weather aware. Little Rock and Conway all need to be weather aware. This little portion of the line here, we've been seeing a lot of circulations in this area. And we've had two tornadoes here in the past, I think really in the past 30 minutes. And they are slowly approaching Little Rock, Mayflower, Jacksonville, Conway, keeping a very close eye on them as, you know, I don't think we're done just yet with these brief little spin ups. So still stay weather aware. You don't have to go to your safe spots or anything right now in Little Rock or anything, but just be weather aware still. That's all. That's all we ask. Latest scan here for the storm. That debris ball is now completely gone, so the tornado has lifted. So we can do this. The tornado has lifted. He's gone. It's out of there, thankfully, but I am worried about the folks there in Pastoria. They might have gotten a direct hit. Let's see if there's a couple buildings out here. If you know anybody in Pastoria, Arkansas, make sure you're checking in with them. Yeah, that's the latest here. Still monitoring some broader circulations. A little interesting pattern is forming here. We had a tornado here. That circulation dissipated. Then we had a tornado here. And that circulation dissipated. Might have to watch this here. You might be getting in like an unzipping tornado threat happening here, which is essentially just, these storms a little bit further to the east are in a little bit better of a shear environment. And then after it kind of gets ingested into the line and occludes, it becomes less tornadic. Thank you, Jeannie, for subscribing. Welcome. Huge shout out, by the way, to everybody that has liked and subscribed during this stream. You guys have helped us reach quite a few people in the path of these storms. Does help us out in the algorithm when you guys do that, and a huge shout out to you guys, and also thank you, Help Blondie, uh, also Mom, who's been in chat quite a bit this stream, and also E-Red for the help. But we did get a radar confirmed debris signature there. That was earlier. Went into double wells, and yeah, no new information on past story. I was hoping those tornado reports would give us some indications of the damage that occurred there, but no. We got about 1, 2, 3, 4 circulations to watch, and none of them are tornado imminent right now. "60 warnings a record." Yeah, I think Shreveport broke their record for most tornado warnings in one day. What's the setting to view the confirmed tornadoes? You got to go over here to the settings bar, storm reports, turn on tornado, wind damage, recorded wind, spotter, hail, and then make sure you turn on a time interval. I always have it on 12 hours just so I can see all the storm reports of the day. Keep touching down and going back up. Yeah, that's what's been happening these in the past 30 minutes. We've been getting these briefer circulations. That one though, that went through double wells or very close to double wells. That one could have been on the stronger side of tornadoes. We'll have to see what the NWS has to say when they go out, but that couplet was pretty decently strong. So we'll have to see. The latest velocities on this guy. Yeah, still some broader circulation, and rotation is trying to organize down here near Jessamine. Watch out in Ferda and Tucker. Are Ferda and Tucker in England? This one might be trying to do the tornado as well. We'll see. It's getting close. It's not quite tornado imminent, but given the environment, they might slap a tornado warning on that here shortly. We'll see. May have called it on the Zippernados. Yeah. It just kind of looks like, I mean, that's the pattern right now. It might not be a complete pattern, but, you know, that's what you got to look at. One of the biggest things that can help you read radar and sharpen your skills in predicting is finding those patterns and following them until they stop. Once they stop, then you got to readjust and find the new pattern. And the pattern before these tornadoes happened, where we would get some brief circulations, they would come close to a tornado, and then they wouldn't do anything. There you go. Tornado warning has expired. Yeah, and then now the pattern is we get a tornado. We had a tornado here, and then that rotation became less of a concern. Then we had a tornado here, then that rotation became less of a concern. And, you know, immediately after that one dissipated, that rotation started forming. And immediately after this one has dissipated, this one is starting to forming, or is this one is starting to form. And that's over there near Gethsemane there. Yeah, and the storm relative velocities, this is getting closer. It's not quite there yet, but they might throw a warning on it just to be safe. We'll see. It's a little bit on the broad side, so they might wait a little bit for that warning. A lot of rain and wind is coming into Little Rock right now. But the good news is that that area of the storm is not the one now with rotations. We were worried about that part of the storm continuing to try to rotate as it got up to you, but that is not happening. That did not happen. The rotations are pretty piddly diddly. Thank you. Are thank you. Thankfully, they're pretty piddly diddly. There's actually no rotations that are really even showing up on the radar there. Maybe some broad. You could make an argument maybe for some broad circulations, but that's not concerning. Yeah, the areas I'm still keeping an eye on. This one, number one area, and then this one maybe eventually if that pattern exists. And then we do still have some rotations up here near south of Hazen and Rowe, but they haven't really been able to get their act together. Just the newest scan. And newest scan is indicating some tightening here. Tornado warning might be imminent. Still, like if you zoom all the way in, you can still see we have a pixel of some broader rotation. But it is trying to tighten up a little bit there. The main areas for tomorrow that we're looking out for tornado risk is going to be, uh, Western Kentucky, Southern Indiana, Southern Illinois, and extreme south, eastern Missouri. Line moves into Louisiana and Mississippi. Really not seeing too much tornado potential uh, with this part of the line. We haven't seen any rotation. So, in a really long time, I just don't see it picking up, to be honest. Hoping by the next scan this is less strong, but still no debris ball yet, or any semblance of a debris ball. This one, I will say, this one is a little bit different. It is getting some mergers from its south and from its west. So the rotation might be a little bit briefer. That is one of the differences between, so that would kind of interrupt the pattern potentially. We'll have to see. Really hoping those mergers keep that one from doing anything. Yeah, Blondie, feel free to if the chat's getting difficult, which I don't know. I mean, I've been reading some of the messages, but feel free to make it easier on yourself. As far as I've been able to tell, it seems like chat's been. I think y'all been behaving yourself. Every time I've looked at chat, I haven't seen any crazy comments. So power outage in our house. Oh no. Tornado sirens just went off in Little Rock.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, I guess it's going to be for this. Oh boy, here we go. Stronger, tighter rotation. Pattern continues. They did issue a tornado warning for the storm, but for every now and then it'll like show up and then go away on Red Mega. But that's going to be for England, Koi, Keo. You all need to be in your safe spots. Yeah, right in there. There's that stronger rotation. Still no debris ball just yet. But this thing could certainly try to produce a tornado. So if you live in England, Koi, Keo, you guys all need to be in your safe spots. And the safe spot is the lowest, most interior room of your house, as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible, a tornado shelter, or a basement that's underground. I also wonder, what are the cloud tops on this one? Yeah. Elevated cloud tops, lightning, tornado warning. That's how these storms have been acting. Yeah, still no debris ball though. If we don't get a tornado with this storm, then there's another pattern there, which would be because like this tornado here was stronger, more intense. This one dropped but was less intense and didn't last for as long. If no tornado drops out of this one, then hopefully we could say we're on a weakening pattern. But man, this latest scan, this thing is right on the cusp. There, this is just to the east of Ferda, pushing off towards Toberlin, Coy, England, Ryan. Here in Arkansas need to be in their safe spots. This thing looks mighty close to producing a tornado, and that velocity signature, unfortunately, is a little bit concerning. Jacksonville, Arkansas. Let me check. Question for one of my friends on my phone, or my mom actually. Uh, Jacksonville, Arkansas. Yeah, they need to be weather aware up there for sure. Tornado threat will probably be to their east, but we're still monitoring for, rotations and, other portions of the line. Yep, still a decent velocity couplet there as the latest scan. Right in there. See if a debris ball pops up here. Nope, still no debris ball. Discernible debris ball. Very close to producing a tornado here, but not quite there just yet. At least that we can confirm. I mean, technically, there could technically be a tornado on the ground there, just not picking up any debris. But in terms of radar confirmation, I'm not seeing it. That debris ball just yet. We've seen every debris ball so far, so I'm pretty confident that that's not on the ground at the moment. Today's had so many tornadoes. Yeah, unfortunately, it continues to. I was hoping going into the nighttime hours because, we started off pretty slow for tonight. So I was hoping, oh, yeah, never mind. That might have been an unwarned tornado, but that's just a clear slot, I think. Yeah, it's just a clear slot. Okay. Whew. Anything in northeast Arkansas worth noticing yet? No. I mean, rain. You do have rain. Um, yeah, summary of today is that we've had 13 tornado reports, over 100 tornado warnings. Some of these and multiple PDS tornado warnings, I think today, if I remember, or if the reports were correct online. I think we've had multiple. I guess another area of circulation down the line. This one is a little bit more concerning given the fact that this storm doesn't really appear to be having many mergers. It is kind of try to merge in with that one. Yeah, latest scan here. Still no debris ball. And rotation is starting to die. So that one got close, but I don't think it did it. It might have done it in between scans, but I don't think it did it. So we do have a pattern here that has formed again. Not only are we zipping down here with these rotations, they're also steadily getting less able to produce tornadoes. But I think that pattern might break here shortly. given the fact that this one has a little bit more clear air on its right side there. And also another little circulation over here south of Stuttgart again. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see if this one tries to reorganize, but most of them, once they spin up and kind of occlude, that's it. I do want to get a camera though, kind of in line with this one eventually. So I do want to get one up there near Carlisle. Let me get that set up if there is one east of Little Rock. Yeah, okay. Not one in Carlisle, which technically isn't too bad. Okay, this is down the line of this tornado warning. We'll just keep this one up for now. Wow, lots of lightning with this storm. Hey, stay full screen, please. Thank you. Keep that one up. Oh yeah, look at this one. This thing is definitely forming a hook. Got that inflow coming in. Rotation's a little bit on the broader side. Oh, interesting signal popping up there with that. Not a very strong rotation. I don't think that's anything. Um, but yeah, that's the latest. We'll keep our eye on the skies for you guys, I promise. But if you could, please consider hitting that like button. That will help us reach more people in the path of these storms. It is very helpful. And no, do not hit the like button because you like what's going on. That's not the purpose of it. On YouTube, it's just for the YouTube algorithm. There's an AI program that decides whether or not people get recommended my channel, and hitting the like button makes the AI happy. North of Little Rock, yeah, we're still watching for some tornado threat up there, but we haven't seen any like dangerous rotations associated with these storms for a while. There's a little tiny area of some weak circulation here near Brockington Corner, but we've been seeing those pop up every now and then up there, and they haven't really been too concerning. None of them have gotten close to producing a tornado, so I don't really see any reason for that to change. Mountain Home's going to be a while. I think the tornado threat is really low for Mountain Home, almost zero. Tornado sirens in Grant County. Is that where this is? If this is in Grant County, then yeah. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Yeah, this area's circulation in the tornado warning is pretty much gone. Still watching for reorganization, but not overly concerned about any of the rotations here anymore. Still keeping an eye on this guy, though. Latest couple of scans indicate it still has some rotation in there. Not very strong rotation. Pattern continues. This might be the last storm to attempt to rotate, and it's going to fail. So we'll see. Might be the last hurrah with some of these storms, or, I mean, for a little bit. We'll see. Till a new pattern starts to happen. I mean, other than just this little general area here, there's not even really any noticeable rotations at all, even like broad rotations. It's just this little isolated spot now near like Lonoke. Yeah, latest velocity scan, still an area of circulation. Right there, heading towards Allport, Humnook. Just not seeing any definite debris balls under there. A little bit on the weaker side, but still keeping an eye on it. This is a view north of the storm. We'll see. This is like this camera here. You guys probably noticed this area. This is near Lonoke. So, if these storms come up near these cams that we have up here and they look concerning, we'll be able to get very close to them. Hopefully, we don't have to intercept any tornadoes with these webcams near Lonoke. That's what we're hoping. How high are the winds? I mean, for the most part, so we still have Tropical Depression Beryl. The strongest winds are going to be over here. I haven't really seen many damage reports. Let me check to see if those power outages are spreading into Arkansas. They are, kind of. Yeah, most of the power outages are actually spreading where the center of that tropical depression is going. So we are still getting some isolated power outages. Probably we'll see a couple more in the Arkadelphia Hot Springs area just because the ground is so saturated out there, meaning trees can fall over easier. I'm still waiting on that latest scan here. Yeah, no problem, Derek. No problem. Just glad we can help. Do we donate money to those who survive? We work with. Let me bring it up. If you guys do want to donate to storm victims, we work with. Dude, I'm drawing a blank. Rubicon. Sorry, it's been a long day. Very very long day. I'm getting the link here, but it's Team Rubicon. Currently, we have raised $845. They'll probably be out here in this area for the folks that need help, also for the impacts. They don't go help directly to the city that you tell them to. They go to the cities, ask who needs help. They do cleanup. They help sanitate. They help with flood remediation. They do a bunch of stuff, and they're also veteran-led humanitarian organization. They do a lot of good work. If you guys do want to donate to them, link is in the description, and it's also here in the chat. Yeah, this is, as you can see, this is my landing page from them because we are partnered up with Team Rubicon. They're awesome. I've seen a lot of videos and pictures of the work that they do. They do the really hard stuff like help clear out debris, stuff that takes a lot of labor intensive stuff that actually goes a very long way in helping out the storm victims after the storms come through, which they will be needed with these storms. So if you guys want to, again, link is in the description for Team Rubicon. You donate on that page. You do not donate to me. That doesn't go to Team Rubicon. Donate on the link if you want. You don't have to. Looks like that tornado warning has expired completely here. Still monitoring some circulations here. We got this one trying here near Allport. Still a little bit on the broad side. That other rotation has pretty much completely lost its marbles there. Yeah, tornado warning went bye-bye. All right, since the tornado warning's gone, just give me a second. Let me go use the restroom really quick. Give me 60 seconds. I'll leave y'all here with a view of the radar of Little Rock on the bottom left and a view of out in front of these storms that have some rotation. And I'll be right back. Just give me 60 seconds. Yeah, we're gonna be live tomorrow. As long as this threat doesn't go like crazy here in the next like hour or so, I'll probably end up hopping off and getting actual good sleep for tomorrow. Yeah, we'll go live again tomorrow, as long as I can get some good sleep. No guarantees on that. My sleep schedule is messed up to the max. I mean, this storm is still pretty healthy here. Still decent amount of circulation in there. The velocities though like aren't super tight and compact though. So I'm still not concerned about an imminent tornado threat there, but we're still keeping an eye on there. Thank you, Jerry Kellett, for the 5. I do appreciate it. Please tell you what's in store for Hardy, Arkansas. Sure. A little trade going on here. Let's see here. Over there near Cherokee Village, yeah, there's gonna be a small chance for tornadoes. It's gonna be on the low end, but and that's gonna be like really early in the morning. I wouldn't lose sleep over it, but I would definitely have a way to get alerts. I'm gonna sleep with the sounds of thunderstorms. No, I go to sleep with like usually news on. If that storm doesn't do it there, we might get back into another quiet period. I still want to keep an eye on this storm because it still has a healthy inflow. And as it merges with this storm, it might try to increase that rotation or it'll just fall apart. So got another little area of subtle rotation there north of Carlisle. And a brie ball on it, but I'm keeping my eye on it. There was a cam up there near Carlisle, but unfortunately, it's not working. Oh yeah, I listen to the news at night because usually I'm so busy during the day and I have no idea what's going on in the world because I've been looking at radar all day. And so I usually like just when I'm going to sleep or although like it's not all the time. Most of the time I just go to sleep. Like if I'm listening to anything while I go to sleep, it's news, but uh if I am if the what most usually happens is I go to sleep with nothing, and then that's where I plot and scheme and think of um, ideas, and I really find that time right before sleep as the best time to think and just be creative and try to think of new ideas and It's really yeah, that's the best time, at least for me, because during the day my thoughts are usually going too quick, and that's mainly because I have ADHD. Yeah, rotation's broadening out. This is going exactly how I thought it would. So yeah, whatever was, we might have had like this little area of little band of shear. It was here. Let me change the color of this to red. It like started off down here south of Little Rock, or technically, started off down here, kind of pushed up into the storms. That tornado dissipated, and then it kept on kind of migrating to the west or to the east, and then it was impacting this storm, and it might have moved on. And there's not really any other storms out in this area that are mature enough to potentially take advantage of that, but we'll see. Oh, it might still be in the area. A little bit of, decent rotation starting to pop up here. I think, yeah, his story for the 5. Halo Lives last time. Oh, the last storm that came through there? Yeah. Yeah, we were live. I think it was like to, I don't know. I think that was like a live to 6, 7 a.m. covering that tornado outbreak that happened in this region. That was crazy. Apparently there was like almost a three
A
mile
new
wide
tornado
tornado
warning has been issued.
that happened up there. Yeah, this is not very surprising. This area of rotation is starting to get a little bit stronger here on the latest radar scan. Uh-oh. That might be the beginnings of a debris ball. It's kind of in a weird spot of the storm. Let me take off this smoothing really quick. If that moves up into this circle here, that's a tornado north of Humnuck. Didn't. Nothing, oh, that's still a minute old in comparison to the velocities. And there's a decent amount of rotation here to the north and east at Allport. If you live in Hamilton, Seaton, Parker's Corner, Cooler, Carlisle, Lone Oak, you need to be in your safe spots. It seems like that shear is still hanging around enough for this storm. It's like it is going to run. I don't like the fact that this one is becoming tornadic here because it doesn't really have any more mergers. Maybe a little subtle one there, but that shear is still sitting around with this storm. It's gonna kind of encourage, or it has free and clear access to some warmer and moist air on that east side, and with no interruptions from that cooler air with some of these other storms that are trying to merge. So I really don't like the fact this one could potentially be our strongest one yet, given how it looks and the kind of the environment that is kind of forming around it. I was really hoping that shear moved on, but it's still here. It is still definitely here. Man, look at that. That is a strong couplet there. Really starting to form. Still no debris ball just yet. And we can have a tornado at any moment here north of Allport, Seaton, Hamilton, Parker's Corner, Kohler, Carlisle all need to be in their safe spots. This is getting pretty serious again. Dang it. Thank you, Beyond, for the 10. I do appreciate it. You're giving a shout out to all the volunteer storm spotters out there. That's nice of you. Thank you, Capricorn, for being a member for 5 months. Man, I really hope this thing. I mean, there's, our hope with this storm is that there is maybe some mergers to the south that might disrupt it. It's really our only hope. We actually have two areas of circulation here. Man, that is about as close as you can get to a tornado without a debris ball. Right in there. Still strong rotation. Also a decent amount of rotation up there to the north as well, south and west of Hamilton. So yeah, two rotations pretty much side by side here, which is a little bit abnormal. And our webcam is in the path of this as well. Sorry, didn't mean to go all the way around there. This webcam is located, I think this is near Lonoke, yeah. Which Lonoke and Carlisle are in the path of this. I would really like to use this one near Carlisle, but it's not working. So keep the Lonoke one up. That's the cam that's underneath me. Boy, I really hope this is, if this thing drops a tornado, it could be strong and a little bit longer lasting than some of these other ones, depending on just how much shear the storm is interacting with. Yeah, south of the camera is the rotation. I don't know why it got small again. Let me fix that real quick. Ooh, please go away. Hey, latest debris ball scan, still nothing showing up. So I'm wondering if the rotation got weaker or if it's still just right on the cusp. That storm relative velocity is looking dangerous. Yeah, it's still right on the cusp. That is still about as strong as velocity signal you can get without a tornado. I mean, there is some possibility that that could be like a touch and go tornado, just not picking up a lot of debris. It could be like a bowl funnel. We'll see. I really hope that that's not making contact with the ground. But again, Carlisle and Lonoke need to be in their safe spots here, as this storm is very close to being trying to produce a tornado. All we can do is just wait for that next scan. Yeah, if you're in Lonoke, Carlisle, you guys need to be going to the lowest, most interior room of your house, with as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible, a tornado shelter, or a basement that's underground. It's pretty dangerous storm with some pretty dangerous rotation on it. I'm really hoping it dissipates here before producing a tornado. But this thing is kind of got the best shot that I've seen in a while to produce a longer uh, and stronger tornado. I mean, it's got all this moisture over here just streaming into it. It might hiccup and try again. Unless, unless the interaction with this storm just stops it, this thing could do something pretty dangerous here. So far, so good. Still an area of some stronger rotation. It might not try to do it. I don't know. There's still an area of some pretty strong rotation with there. Still a decent, or still no debris ball, so still not on the ground, at least that I can confirm here on radar. Still want Carlisle and Lonoke to be in their safe spots as we wait and figure out what this stronger circulation is going to do. Yeah, I am noticing. Okay, I just now noticed that. See how we have these little lines? One there. Those are all little storms. So this thing is actually still getting mergers. Just notice that. There's one right there. Here, well, it's going too fast. Let me show you guys and a little bit slower. Okay, so this is a merger right here. Watch as it tracks into the storm. And then it kind of forms that inflow again, briefly. And then here's another merger. That moves into the storm. So they're forming like right outside of it. I didn't notice that before. And then we have yet another merger right here that is pushing into the storm. Watch, it's right here now, pushing in. Seeing any others? We'll have to see. We'll have to say, I don't like that rotation, but those mergers might be keeping it from forming a tornado. Either that or this thing is a tornado that's just not really showing a debris ball. Fatalities reported from the tornadoes. How many? Wait, the ones from tonight or from earlier? Didn't notice that, but this storm is rotating and kind of creating or it's either creating these little mergers, these little subtle little waves that are moving into it, or that little locally enhanced shear environment is also creating those mergers, providing just a little bit enough forcing for those things to happen and then merge into the storm. And as long as that keeps happening, hopefully this doesn't do much. Keeping a very close eye on it, though. I still want Lone Oak in Carlisle to be in your safe spots. This is not yet on the ground as far as we can confirm, but it's certainly still a dangerous enough rotation to where I would be in your safe spots. As you know, it's still it's still tornado eminent type circulation. Latest scan is not. Okay. Latest scan here is broader circulation. Much broader. Still a little bit of tighter rotation here south of Hamilton. That got really close. I'd be surprised, technically, if that didn't produce a tornado, but I mean, we didn't see a debris ball, so I can't confirm it on radar, but I mean, that was some stronger circulation there for a little bit. We'll have to see. Hopefully it wasn't. Radar hold? No, we are right next to it. Well, right next to the storm. If we're looking pretty much near as close as the surface as possible. Might be getting a handoff here to the north, actually. This one's occluding. I have to watch this northern portion for a new circulation to develop. And that would form south of Carlisle if it did. Yeah, that definitely seems like a handoff happening there. See what happens. We'll see what happens. All we can do is just kind of wait. Either get a handoff to the north or maybe a handoff attempt to the south. It's hard to tell with this guy. There's so many mergers that just kind of entered into it. It's going to be a little messy. It can also technically. Oh man, yeah, another tighter circulation here. Trying to reform here near Hamilton. No debris ball just yet. This thing's still trying. Yeah, we might see the southern one still try to do something here. I am noticing that that inflow start to pick up there into Hamilton. This thing wants to produce a tornado very badly. The problem is it's getting mergers right now. But if it can clear out that inflow, I do not like this storm at all. The environment it's in, how discreet it's about to become. Just trust me on this. If you live in Carlisle and Lone Oak, just continue to stay in your safe spots. This could be one of the stronger storms that we have seen if it can clear out that inflow. If it can reorganize without any more mergers, this could be the stronger tornado producer, at least that we have seen in the past couple of hours. It's not guaranteed to happen, but everything's kind of lining up. I've seen this pattern before, and I'm just telling you, I've covered the most tornado warnings, and this pattern usually doesn't end up very well. Doesn't always happen, but I do not like this, especially with this environment. Yeah, that inflow is starting to form. Let me change my pen color here. Inflow is starting to form. You see this little notch there. The rain's wrapping around like that. See it clearly. Still want Carlisle to be in their safe spots. Rotation still relatively broad. We still have two areas of rotation with this storm. Still with no debris balls. But it does seem like this thing cleared out those mergers and is now starting to form that inflow. A little bit of a merger here as well, potentially. That might throw another hiccup. Might throw another hiccup there. The environment might be too saturated. If those mergers keep on pulling in like that, might be too saturated. We'll see. Any moment where it doesn't have any mergers going into it is where we're going to be holding our breath. That does appear like another merger forming there. Yeah, that is another merger. Uh-oh. That velocity signal goes over that spot. It's probably the inflow, but we'll if we have these greens and reds consolidate in the center of that circle, that's a tornado. Okay, they did not. All right, yeah, just inflow still. It is still inflow. Still good. That's what we call a correlation coefficient jump scare. Yeah, it's in the inflow. So we're still good. Still no tornado. That merger does seem to be broadening out the circulation again. So yeah, you can see very clearly. There's the merger right there. It's going to go in this direction. And now it's here. So that merger is going directly into the inflow. So this storm is trying to pull in that warm and moist air, but it keeps on in the process. It keeps on causing enough forcing for little updrafts to form, and that creates rain-cooled air. And that rain-cooled air goes into the inflow of the storm, and storms do not like rain-cooled air whatsoever. That is going to disrupt it for a little bit. Still want Carlisle and Lonoke to be in their safe spots. Beryl still on a northeast track. Yeah, it's still going according to forecasts here. It's caught up in the kind of the lower level, or the a jet stream, a trough pattern here, and so its path from here is about as predictable as it can get. Okay, merger is still making its way. It was there, and now that merger is about to run into Parker's Corner. Still keeping the rotations relatively broad. Still not seeing any debris ball yet. Oh, give us more mergers. We want more mergers. Maybe another merger starting to form there near Hamilton. Just keep on eating that rain-cooled air. That's what we want to see. What we don't want to see is this little notch here be completely rain-free for too long. As long as we keep on getting these little mergers, we still could get a brief tornado out of it, but if this thing completely clears out in this shear environment, this thing has strong tornado potential here in the short term. and potentially a little bit longer track depending on how long that the storm can feed on that warmer air. Tornado watch has expired for parts of Arkansas. Okay, probably the southern portion if I had to guess. Yeah, no rain fury notches allowed. Exactly. Hopefully that's a new merger forming there. Could be the very beginnings of that updraft. This camera, by the way, I think you account inactive for the 5. I do appreciate that. And the warning text, do you know what the money signs mean? I actually don't know. Maybe that's the NWS asking for donations. I don't know. Just kidding. It means something, I'm sure. Probably something code related, if I had to guess. Still waiting for that new scan to come in here on the radar. Hey, no problem, Dylan. No problem. Hopefully I'm explaining things that are somewhat understandable to you guys. hopefully hopefully you can follow along a little bit. But yeah, this is directly north of this tornado warning here near Lonoke. We might get one from Hazen. Actually, let's go to Hazen. We can get a west camera from Hazen. Please, west. Ah, it's to the east. Can we get a west one here? East. West one? Okay, this one's to the west. So we might see power flashes if this thing eventually tries to produce a tornado from this camera here. We would be able to see power flashes in the distance. I mean, it's not that far away. Keep a close eye on it. All right, latest scan. Still a stronger area of rotation here. Still no debris ball. I think we're getting a little bit of inflow contamination here. Yeah, that merger is solidly getting ingested into this portion. Right here, you can see that rain is really wrapping around in this area. Still some broader circulations, though. So it looks like those mergers are doing their jobs for now, but I still want Carlisle, Lone Oak to be in their safe spots. How are things gonna happen in Missouri? It's mostly gonna be rain and thunder for the majority of people in Missouri. But there is a small chance you might get a tornado warning. It's no guarantee, but it's possible. I wouldn't lose sleep over it, but I would certainly have a way to get alerts. Storm's looking a little bit less organized. We have an area of of a decent amount of outflow kind of pushing out on the southern side of this storm. Still monitoring it though. Still don't want Carlisle to let their guard down here. I was looking for Cherokee Village. I can't search cities while looking at tornado warnings because we have 1,900 people here. So what happens is if I answer one question, I'll be answering everybody's questions, and it just it's too distracting. But once this expires, tornado warning expires, we answer questions. If you're in this tornado warning, please continue to be in your safe spots there in Carlisle. That area of broader circulation is still coming towards you, and we're watching to see if it's going to tighten up here as the storm approaches. So please continue to be in your safe spots. You're in Alport, or Alport. I think you guys, yeah, you guys got pulled out of the tornado warning. You guys are actually good to go for the rest of the day. Your tornado threat is over now in Alport. Alport. And you're starting to see that inflow try to sneak in here, but still broader circulation. So that's no tight circulation, at least on the latest scan. No debris ball still. Still good to go. Still good to go. Still want Carlisle to be in their safe spots, though. Yeah, after this line, Lonoke's going to be good. And in fact, Lonoke's almost already good. This area of rotation is going towards Carlisle. So it's probably going to miss Lonoke, but I still want you to be in your safe spots just in case we get some deviant motion with this storm. Thank you, Capcorn, for upgrading your membership to EF3. Thank you so much. That is a huge help out to the channel. Right beside Cabot. I mean, yeah, it's definitely be weather aware if you live near Cabot still. You guys are still in an area where some potential tornadic activity could happen. BB's down the line of this storm. If it tries to organize here, which it seems like it's struggling to do, the inflow has pretty much collapsed. So no longer seeing a rain-free inflow, and it's kind of collapsed, and we're seeing actually a little bit more of an outflow dominacy right now with this storm. So hopefully it's not going to be a big deal as it goes further north. We're still keeping an eye on it. I wouldn't let your guard down just yet, MBB. Clock is broken again. Jeez Louise, let me wind it back up. Let's go check back over here with the camera view on this tornado warned storm. Let's see if we can even see the base of the storm. Actually, you can kind of see the base back in there. You can see the storm when the lightning flashes back in there. There's a camera looking west out of Hazen, or near Hazen, in Arkansas. Lots of lightning with this storm still. Thank you, Capricorn. I'm grateful for your support. Thank you. Is Little Rock in the clear? Yeah, you guys are good to go. Interesting signature popping up here. I don't think that's anything. Yeah, it's not anything. Okay, just making sure. Yeah, very broad circulation now with this storm. Which is good news. Like the mergers did their job. I am noticing, though, a little bit of an inflow. Trying to clear out again. This little surge continues to happen here. We might have to watch out for another, attempt at organization. So I still don't want folks putting their guard down just yet. But in terms of like actual imminent tornadic rotation, not seeing anything right now. There, it's a little bit broad, but I still want Carlisle to be in their safe spots just in case. Yeah, the interesting thing about the velocities with this is, you know, I'm not sure if that surge is going to be enough in the RFD to promote tornado genesis. This could just mainly be an outflow boundary. If that's the case, then, it's not overly concerning. It's actually probably going to help choke this storm off. So we'll see. But it is struggling. You can kind of tell that inflow is trying to creep back in. This little clear notch here. That's the inflow of the storm, trying to get access to that warm and moist air again. We shall see. Exactly, Fen. The mergers are they really did keep this storm from doing anything too crazy. At least just a moment ago, I got bit by a mosquito in my hand. It's kind of annoying me. Is it power flash? Think so. Let's look. Not seeing any power flashes. Might have just been that little light on the back on the left. Those aren't power flashes. That's like a little radio tower or something. Yeah, I mean that inflow is really cutting into the storm again. That tornado warning is gone, but the rotation is too. Everybody can come out of their safe spots, but we're still watching this storm. I think I'm gonna stay live for just a little bit longer. Just to make sure that this storm doesn't do anything here. Still got my suspicions about it. But the rotations on the storm, though, are not really that strong right now. So we shall see. We shall see what it does. It's power flash like the town. No, power flash is transformer blowing up, actually. By the way, guys, if you haven't liked the stream yet, please consider it. It does help us reach more people in the path of the storms, and also right next to the like button is the subscribe button. So consider hitting that as well. It's free. Mainly if you want to see coverage like this in the future. We're gonna get a really good view of this storm actually from this camera. If you look on the radar here, the camera's like right in this area, and that little inflow in mesocyclone is about to come right over the road in front of it. Oh yeah, you can actually see it. Yep, there's the base of the storm. The lightning. Whenever we get like lightning when there isn't a car, light, Yeah, you can really see that. Really see that. By the way, this storm has been warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to be for Carlisle, Hazen, and Des Arc. Still don't let my guard down on this storm. It's certainly trying to form that inflow again. I definitely want to try to get a couple sneak peeks of what this storm is looking like with these lightning bolts. Try to see if we can see any lowerings back in there. Now, there's a camera closer by that's like facing the wrong direction that we could use to intercept if it does try to do something crazy here in some of these latest scans. Yeah, latest here, still not seeing any new circulations forming. We will keep an eye on it. Oh man, my voice is struggling. Did y'all hear that crack? Jeez Louise. Big old voice crack there. For the other portions of the line, not really seeing many areas, other areas. I'm not seeing any other areas actually of dangerous rotations. The only storm I think is worth watching is this one near Carlisle and Hazen. It's still in a decent environment. Let me look at the SBC hourly update here. Take a little sounding nearby. The atmosphere. Yeah, the effective shear on the storm is 50. Look at the hodograph. Very curved hodograph. Not very strong. Yeah, I mean I really don't like the environment that this is in. Effective helicity is 290 with it. ML Cape though is a little bit low. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's trying to wrap. Very classic hook trying to form here. No strong rotation in there just yet though. Still might be too outflow dominant. Yeah, let me see what the thermodynamics are here. Yeah, this is gonna be the last storm that does it. You're not gonna believe this. Let me get my little pen up. This is mainly for the weather nerds in chat. There's that 1,000 joules per kilogram line right there. And there's that very leading edge of the storm. It is just dipping into enough instability to maybe try to do something here. Further, like this thing, like if this thing goes maybe just like a couple miles to the north, it should start to fall apart. But it is just in a good enough instability environment to potentially try to do something. But the rotation on it is really not that strong yet. So right in here near Screeton, that's where we're watching for rotation to develop, but still not seeing too much. Yeah, this thing is as long as this thing keeps going due north, it's gonna run out of instability. I think yeah, that's it right there. So this is gonna be the last storm of the night, I believe. Might get it some brief spin ups maybe out here potentially as this pushes up to the north, like up here in the Boot Hill, Missouri, for some of these more discrete cells. It's pretty capped environment out there, so those ones are gonna struggle. We shall see. Jacksonville, I think, is north of Little Rock, right? I don't remember. Let me check. Jacksonville, Arkansas. Yeah. I think yeah, you guys are done. Some rain and showers are still possible, but that tornado threat's done. And it's making one last final attempt here. Screeton. Right in there. That's his final hurrah. Still no tornado, but it is wrapping quite significantly, but it still appears pretty outflow dominant. That should have clued into nothingness. And then that will probably be its last attempt. Anticyclonic? Yeah, a little anticyclonic circulation here. Tornado in there, but it's actually a pretty strong anticyclonic circulation there. That's an area of rotation that's spinning the wrong way. You can sometimes get tornadoes out of those, but it's pretty rare. Usually, like cyclonic tornadoes produce anticyclonic tornadoes. Very rarely that you just see an anticyclonic pop up out of nowhere. But I don't think that would be technically the first time today if that were to happen. That cyclonic rotation is still right in here. Still a decent little area of cyclonic rotation on this as well. Right in here. Still just a little bit on the broad and weaker side, though. So we'll see what it does. Does seem like that outflow is continuing to keep this thing at bay. Went inflow dominant for just a moment. And then that inflow is now collapsing. There it is, a last little shred of rotation. Right there, near Prairie Center. Still no debris ball, but it's a little tight area of rotation there. Right there on the edge of this hook. I don't think they'll warn that, though, just given the fact that it's not that strong of rotation, but it's still worth monitoring. It'll still stay live until that rotation dies. Some rotation east of Arkansas? Or here? I'm not seeing it. Yeah, once this dies, which it still hasn't, we'll have to see if this thing tries again, I guess. I mean, it's just running out of instability. I really don't think it's going to try much more times after this. It really seems like it was a solid attempt there, and it still didn't do it. It's crossing over the highway, though, now, so let's check out our cam. See if we can see anything with any lightning strikes. Not as much lightning with this storm either. It definitely had a lot more lightning before. Echo tops are shrinking. potentially. It's a little close to the radar to tell, though. There's something back in there. A little mesocyclone in there. That inflow is directly over the road now, so that mesocyclone would be on the left side of the road. And just a little bit more lightning, we'd be able to see this a little bit better. We shall see. Thank you, Barbara and the Duke, for subscribing. I do appreciate it. Welcome. Glad you found us. Good evening, Robert. It's actually morning, though, technically. Yeah, still waiting for that latest velocity scan to come in. You'll be monitoring this portion of the storm. There still is a little area of rotation there near Prairie Center. It's not really going away. See, it's just kind of stalled there. It's actually kind of moving in this direction here. No debris ball on it. I'm seeing right now. This thing is now crossing. It's now directly over the highway, so it'd be on the right side of the screen if anything were to happen. But there's a pretty decent view of the storm there. Another night shift? Probably not. I'm probably gonna, once I know that this storm is a little bit more disorganized, that's gonna be it for tonight. Gonna save my energy for tomorrow, as we'll probably have another longer stream tomorrow as well, doing some severe weather, potentially tornado coverage as well. Wonder how many tornadoes today. Well, so far, the latest reports were 13. There's probably a couple more than that. Thank you, Robert. I appreciate that. Yeah, most of all these other storms are going into a lot less favorable environment for tornadoes. It's only this one that's still kind of just peeking into a little bit of instability, and it's still trying, but still a little broad circulation there with this. Yeah, it looks like this thing is becoming a little bit outflow dominated. Well, all right. That's going to be it for me tonight, guys. I'm going to save my energy, going to get some sleep, and get my sleep schedule back where it is. If you live in like Batesville and Newport, I'd still keep an eye out. Same with Jonesboro, Paragould, Kennett, Cherokee Village, Poplar Bluff there in Missouri, and also over there in Sykeston's, Missouri. Tornado threat should be low, but I would have a way to get alerts, as it's certainly going to be possible, maybe for a spin up or two. But yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. I do appreciate it. And big shout out to Blondie Help Erev for helping in the chat, and also thank you to everybody that has donated during this stream, liked the stream, and subscribed. We will be live tomorrow, so if you guys are down the line on these storms, make sure you're hitting that subscribe button if you want an alert when I go live. But yeah, thank you everybody for tuning in, and I will see you guys tomorrow, most likely, unless the storm threat just kind of falls apart. We'll see. All right, see ya.